And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week of ESL Open Cup Asia number 231. I'm, of course, Showside VIP, and with me, I'm joined by the one, the only, the imitation innovation, the Tasia from Asia, the Meltar of MMA. He's not as funny as Bunny, the Terran Igus, the one fine young Ryung, the Kel Lazar from Singapore, the TY Chicken Pie, the 4GG. He's more meme than dream, the slightly more crappy happy, the trash flash with no cash, the M to the K to the P. He's Marine King Pung, the captain of the pain rain train, the lean mean keen machine, the immature cure, the not as smart as heart, the young adult Bolt, the more of a beauty than beastie cutie, the co-creator of the Daishi Bay. We couldn't find a pun for Byan, the Masa from NASA. We like to call him Yakuzaku. That was only like half.
It's longer every time.
It does get longer every time. How does he do it? How does that's like 50% of Steel Mod's cast, by the way. That's
exactly. That is the job of the hand.
True. What's up, Yaku?
What is up?
It's good to be back. Good to be back once again. You know, we're making a habit out of this. You know, I know that you were gone for a while, but now, every single week, we go to ESL Asia.
Exactly. I'm back from the store, kids.
Did you bring
We are back a bit. Yeah. We are back. I'm feeling a little bit, I don't know how to adapt to this change of order, but I'm sure we will, as we load into our first game of the evening of ESL Open Cup Asia. We started off with, speaking of things that we don't see too often, play we haven't seen in a long time. Anyway, we're here in Oceanborn. We're in the top left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the top left. We have our orange Protoss player from the land of Indonesia, still on GDA team. We have Quantel.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Here we go. And yeah, as you mentioned, Quantel, a player that we're very familiar with, but we haven't seen him in quite some time.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very long while. Quantel has, for a very long time, been considered to be the best player from Indonesia. We saw him pretty often, semi-often in, back when ANZ Champs was still around, in the Dare Cups as well. Was very, very active, but nowadays not as much. Taking a little bit of a step back and has been as active. I'm waiting for chat to catch up.
They're catching up, Bobby. They're catching up. But yeah, Quantel, as you mentioned, he's the best player in all of Indonesia, and he used to be very active back in the day. He used to be a very formidable player in the Southeast Asian scene, but we haven't seen him in quite some time. He did retire, or he did at least step away from the game, took a bit of an extended break, if you will. So it's great to see Quantel back, but this is quite a return, as he's returned. He's up against Classic in the first round.
Indeed, a very tough cookie to go up against very, very early on.
Cookie.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's got to be some room on that chin.
Excuse me? Wait, what? What? The cookie's on the chin?
Where else would you store it?
Okay. I see you. Yeah. You can, like, open it up and there's, like, a compartment inside.
Exactly. It's like a Pez dispenser.
Ah, there you go. So you got Pez inside.
Exactly. Fueled by Pez.
The player.
Is how we know him as. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it's great to see Quantel back. I'm excited to see how he performs. So far, you know, we've had some standard builds. Standard openers here in this PvP, just 2-gate openers all around into our expansions. Blink is on the way for both players as well. So far, nothing too major. We saw Classic try to slip in earlier, and really we're just focusing on scouting each other and trying to get a read on what we are up to.
Yeah, very, very cautious, which is about what we would expect from both our players. Quantel, after coming back for a very long time, and no reason to really shake things up too hard. Classic, I mean, I can't imagine he remembers Quantel. I want to say they played each other at least once in an online tournament, but yeah, Classic, I'm sure, isn't that familiar with Quantel and would just like to suss out how he likes to play and decide where to go from there.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we're sussing him out as well, right? Like, because it's been so long, I'm curious if Quantel is back in form, back in shape. Is he just now returning and still trying to find his footing? You know, what kind of state of play is Quantel in? It's kind of a big question for us. So, yeah, we're kind of excited to find that out with everyone else. I mean, so far we are holding our own. You know, third bases are on the way for both players. I believe slightly faster for Classic, but nothing major. We do see Quantel slightly faster with Forge upgrades. Forge still on the way for Classic. Like, there's slight deviations here and there between our players.
Yeah, very slight deviations, but for the most part, we're just going to be facing each other with the gateway armies. Blink going to be a huge factor in these battles. Classic already has it, Quantel not too far behind, and Classic could be first player to push out. Apply a little bit of pressure on his opponent.
Yeah, the Observer does split the move out, so Classic dips in. He does apply some pressure. Shield battery is not done. Ooh, and we do catch a Stalker.
Not too bad. Nice little bit of force fielding. But we also have a little bit of multi-pronged. The wall is not a wall. Adepts do slip in, and Quantel brings the entire army back to face that Classic. It's a pretty easy time picking off quite a few more of Quantel's probes.
Yeah, Quantel was keeping up until he wasn't, right? Until the Adept slipped in. 7 probes go down. Very nicely done here by Classic. Didn't aim to kill Quantel, but did maim him. Did take quite a nice economic lead, as Classic is now up 8 or 7 or so workers.
Yeah, and that's a very hefty lead in a mirror matchup, especially this early on. Classic gonna extend that lead, or try to, by getting a much earlier 4th base. Quantel does not have eyes on this, but if he does push out, this is gonna be his path of evening things back up. But Classic making sure that Quantel never feels comfortable moving out. These are only 2 Adepts slipping into a mineral line, causing so much disruption, killing so many more probes, and more importantly, keeping Quantel back at home.
Exactly. These Adepts have been the MVPs for Classic the entire game so far, getting, what is that, 13 worker kills in total so far throughout this game, which is insane. And with that, in a mirror matchup, Classic has a massive lead. As long as he doesn't bleed out too much, as long as he doesn't get caught out by some kind of big crazy all-in, Classic should be fine.
Indeed, he should. And not getting caught out should be pretty easy for him right now, as Classic, not only is he ahead in worker supply, also ahead in army supply.
Oh,
Someone's serving. No!
As we're experiencing a little bit of latency here, I was concerned it was going to be one of us, as we always are. We hold our breath, but it looks like Wardy is having some connection issues. Hopefully it clears up. Again, we are not the only English casters around. Wardy is also covering this, and hopefully things clear up on his end.
Those British cables, man, or those Blizzard cables, man.
True.
I should say. That was a bit of an issue a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it? Connecting from EU to KR.
Yeah.
It had a lot of abnormally high ping. Like, sure, you expect some high ping, but this was abnormally high, like higher than it should be.
Yeah, we got a little bit lucky. It was, yeah, as you were saying, it was a couple of months ago when every single ESL Asia, like, you'd get Wardy DCing, Roddy would DC, Steadfast even would. You get all these people DCing. We're fine. We're like, what are you guys talking about? The connection between Australia and Korea is beautiful. Like Singapore and Korea as well. But yeah, for whatever reason, like the routing or something like that was an issue with some of the Blizzard servers in Korea. So hopefully that isn't the case here, and hopefully it's smooth sailings from here on out.
Yeah, fingers crossed is what we have to say. This one observer has just been untouched this entire time. I'm only now realizing that Quantel actually does not, has only recently thrown down that robo facility. It's only now getting an observer of his own. This has been absolutely huge for Classic. He has eyes everywhere and has been able to keep Quantel in the dark for so long.
He really has, and as a result, because all that economic damage done earlier, it doesn't look like a lot because Quantel has been able to catch back up, but look at the supplies. That is reflected in the supplies, and once again, Classic catching out some of these zealots.
Yeah, a couple of reinforcements from Quantel will go down before they can really get much done. A little bit of a flank coming down here from Quantel. This is still a much better army for Classic, and Quantel is well aware of that. He retreats.
Yeah, again, those force fields, they were brutal, and unfortunately for Quantel, these are fake Archons. He could not break through the force fields, and he gets pulled apart. You know, he loses half his army, and now soon to be the other half as well, as Classic is looking to snowball out of control, takes a massive supply lead, and is chasing Quantel back.
Yeah, Quantel didn't look too far behind when it came to the army supply, but in the blink of an eye, in the blink of a couple of Stalkers, with 1 or 2 volleys on these Archons, immediately it plummets. Classic has a lead that he is not going to give up. Quantel is going to have to give up this game. GG is called.
GG, well played. A solid game there at a Classic again, especially in that towards those final moments. Some really beautiful force fields as well. Able to catch Zealots, able to slice up the army, able to catch even more Zealots as well. Just picking Quantel apart. So impressive performance there at a Classic. But a shout to Quantel because, again, we were a little bit concerned as to his game state coming into this, just because he's been on a hiatus for so long. But Quantel didn't look too bad in this game, outside of you know, maybe a bit of a mismanagement of Adepts.
Yeah, macro-wise, I feel like Quantel was able to keep up very, very well with Classic. But like you said, defense and sort of splitting his army and his attention was kind of the weak spot there here from Quantel. And that was something that Classic was absolutely able to take advantage of, and something that I have to imagine he's going to want to do again here in Game Number 2.
Oh yeah, that's something that we have to keep our eye out for. We'll see if Quantel can tighten things up. I mean, I'm sure he is one to adapt over the course of a series, so I'm sure he's fully aware that the Adepts of Classic did too much. They achieved too much damage there, and he's going to be more attentive when it comes to defending against them here in Game Number 2.
Indeed. Yeah.
At least I'm sure he will.
Sweet. I feel a little thrown off my rhythm here. Still from the intro.
You're like, Light, I don't know where we are.
Where are we?
Where are we spawning in from? Well, what's going on? Where are we dropping?
Where are we coming from? You know, what is it called when it's like muscle memory, but it doesn't involve muscles?
Excuse me?
Memory?
Memory?
No, it's not just memory. It's instinct? Question mark? But you know what? We'll find our way, as we always do here, as we continue our series on to Elkion, where over here in Elkione. Sorry, thrown off. We are going to be spawning in here on the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left. We have our orange Protoss player coming out from the land of Indonesia. He is, of course, going to be representing GDA team. And we have Quantel.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Twisted Minds, leading the series 1-0 so far. It is Classic.
So I'm not sure if my mic was able to pick up some drilling earlier on, but that felt like a sign, because as I was introing Quantel, I was in my mind thinking, okay, if we're gonna bring back my intro, then I have to bring back my intros.
I don't know.
And I have to extend it longer, but then immediately the drill came in, and I was like, oh, well, I guess that's a sign for me to wrap this up and have us get into the game.
I was gonna say that your intros never really left, but you're not wrong. Like, back in the day, your intros, they were significantly longer. They were like double in length, and you've since like tempered yourself a little bit.
I've shrunk.
Yes. Which is, you know, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, you know. It's fine. It's good.
Debatable. I mean,
it does its job.
Look, if we're coming in with the nostalgia stream, which I guess this is what we are today, then we should be accurate to it.
Okay.
Speaking of accurate to it, Classic being very cheeky this time.
Here we go. So we have a proxy robo here in the center of the map. Classic setting up for a one-base all-in. Meanwhile, Quanto is scouting. He's being very active with these 2 probes on the left-hand side of the map. Less so here on the right, as we have yet to really confirm what's going on. We can even see our Zealot checking the mineral wall as well. Quanto is quite paranoid about what's going on, but again, has yet to really confirm.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame him too much, right? He went in with his scout and saw that Classic was missing a structure or 2, and obviously he knows that Classic is the type of player where if he senses an opportunity, if he senses weakness, he's going to take advantage of it. So Quantel, unfortunately, just misses the proxy. And even gets a couple of his probes.
Yeah.
Yaku curse here.
Classic is
immediately we see a tap out. We don't even get to see that robo facility being used. That is gonna be the end. I'm thrown off once again.
GG, well played. Again, we saw a couple of workers trapped there by a pylon in the mineral line as Quantel was struggling to scout the missing pylon and the missing proxy. And as that was happening, 2 of them, they shaded into the main base, and that forced the tap out as well because probes were about to go down, probes that we could not afford to lose. And it was just a
couldn't escape.
Probes that could not escape, and it was just a rough game there for Quantel. Game 1 was a little bit more back and forth, but here in Game 2, Classic, he had enough. He wanted to get this over with.
Yeah, that was brutal, because I feel like that's important for you to bring up as well. Game 1 was a little bit more back and forth, right? It was a lot more standard. We saw that Quantel, without a doubt, could keep up with Classic when it came to macro, but game number 2, Classic had enough. He kind of sensed this is a weak spot for you. I can absolutely come in and disrupt your mining, disrupt your tempo, and I'm gonna do that with this proxy robo. Turns out I don't even need a proxy robo because yeah, my adepts are enough.
Oh yeah, they didn't have to, they weren't meant to be enough, but they were.
Yeah.
In the end, you know, we didn't need that big long intro. We didn't need that proxy robo. You know, sometimes just 2 adepts is all you need. Yeah, you know, just 2 adepts.
It's true.
Just short and sweet.
Oh, now that you mention it, now that you mention it, I was worried my intro was too short, but it still lasted like half the game. So we're back in 2018. We're back in 2018.
We're back, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. MD2 again. I'm young again.
Oh, no.
Let's go.
Not like this. Smooch.
I'm still allowed to watch teen dramas.
No, you're not. You need to stop. It's a problem, Yaku. It's a problem. This is an intervention. But with that, GG, well played. Congratulations to the Classic as it does advance on. My condolences to Quantel, but I hope that this is the beginning of a comeback. We mentioned before that Quantel has been gone for a very, very long time. This is his first time competing in over a year, and hopefully he's tempted to come back again and again and again.
Yeah, here's hoping. I definitely hope that this series, and especially that second game, doesn't demoralize him too much, and especially because I feel like game number 1 especially, right? That's a really good replay for him to study when it comes to, you know, tightening up a couple of weak spots that he has. If he does decide that he wants to compete again, does decide that he wants to be more active, then yeah, I feel like this is a series that might be a little bit rough, but is hopefully one that he can get a lot out of learning-wise.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's the benefit of these mirror matchups when you're up against a player that is of higher caliber. You can take from it, you can learn from it, you can adapt from it. So yeah, I'm sure that Quanto is one to get as much value out of that series as he possibly can. With that, of course, GG, well played. Classic does advance on, and we can take a moment here, which we have yet to do so far in this broadcast, to have a look at the bracket.
Indeed, we can. Thankfully for us, we actually already have an opponent waiting here for Classic. Rainer is waiting here in the round of 16. It looks like, unfortunately, his opponent in the first round did not show up, but you know, that gives us a little bit more of a smoother broadcast, a little bit less downtime, ideally, Not too many other updates here just yet. That was a very quick series, but we can see that Trap did defeat Nice 2-0. That was a series that was played out, so now Trap is going to be up against Solar. We really are 2018 again. As Nightmare also defeated his opponent Yanji. That's another name that's been one that I haven't seen. Dude, are we back? Did we go back in time?
We are back in time. Yaku, of course, referring to the Brazilian Terran player, which is surprising because, again, this is not the best time slot for that sort of thing for these Latin American players, especially playing on Korea as well. So, yeah, really cool to see Yanji here again.
Yeah, very cool. Unfortunate that it seems like he had a bit of a quick series against Nightmare, and so Nightmare will move on. We'll be facing Oliveira in that round of 16. But yeah, cool to see him.
Oh yeah, definitely cool to see him.
12th. There was a little bit of confusion back when he first debuted on what his name is it Yan or is it Yanxi or is it Yanxi?
I don't think we ever got confirmation.
We have confirmation. I guess I just plugged that hole in my memory then. I just assumed that we got confirmation that it's not Yan the 12th.
Yeah. I don't think it's Yan the 12th. I don't think so. But yeah, it's really cool to see him here once again. There has been a bit of a revitalization of the Brazilian scene as of late. A lot of the Brazilian players have been active once again. Yeah, shout out to Eric, shout out to Cosmos, as he has been.
Thanks, Cosmos. Yeah,
has been hosting some Brazilian-only tournaments as of late, and I'm going to be casting, or we're going to be casting them in the coming weeks. So they're going to be on the horizon here. But we have that next series. We have our second match of the night.
Indeed, we do, and we are going to be kicking it off on Alcione. We're over here in the bottom left-hand corner map, swatting all the way in the bottom left. We, of course, have our red Zerg player coming out from the land of Italy, currently residing in the land of Korea. He is, of course, going to be representing Basilisk Gaming, repping that 2017 Cyril portrait. If my memory serves me correctly, it wasn't Rainer portrait, which is surprising. Rainer normally likes to, use have his own face on there, but he is using Yuna. I think it's Yuna anyway. Might not be, but then who else would it be if it wasn't Yuna? It's gonna be something that we have to think about. We have over here in the bottom left. Once again, it is Rainer.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Twisted Minds. It is Classic. Here we go. I remember I was curious as to whether or not Rainer had returned to South Korea after DreamHack Dallas, but we had confirmation, I think it was last week at the time, that yes, Rainer is still in Korea, at least a little bit longer. I think he's going to be staying at least until Home Story Cup. I think around then is when Rainer may be returning to Europe and returning to land of Italia back at home. So until then, still staying around.
Yeah. Still sticking around. So we still get to view him, and we still get to cast and watch a lot of his games in the coming weeks.
Oh yeah, always exciting stuff here. And again, Rainer has yet to really find too much success in the ESL Open Cup Asias. Has had some deep runs, has made it to the quarterfinals, semifinals, finals, but has yet to win one of these online weeklies. So we'll see if Rainer can find his stride post DreamHack as Classic stands in his way. Classic has been one of these players that typically does stand in his way and does, stop him from having that deep run.
Yeah, a little bit of a gatekeeper, if you will. A little bit of a Gandalf, if you will.
Is Rainer the Balrog? Is that what you're insinuating right now?
You can't pass.
To the shadows that is Europe. Oh my god. We'll see. We'll see if Classic is able to knock down that bridge and bring Rainer down with him. And have a epic off-screen battle that happens in a dream, but could have actually happened.
Potentially, yeah. Might have happened. Is it really? Yeah. I guess we can still consider it to be off-screen, even though we're casting it.
Yeah. There you go. It's happening off-screen somewhere, It's fine.
Exactly.
Yeah. There you go. As for now, we're just settling into openers.
Well,
I didn't mention before, but it was a 15-15 opener, so a very safe opener out of Raynor. Adept's going to be threatening the Shade, of course. I mean, we saw how successful Classic was with Adept in the last game, the last series. We'll see if he finds that success again here against Raynor.
Yeah, it only takes one opening. It only takes a couple of target firings to really start one-shotting these drones one by one. We also have Oracles coming out for Classic as well. Double Oracle for the time being. As he will be skirting around, he will be looking for more damage.
Yeah, we have the Oracles moving out across the map. Third base is being taken as we speak. Adepts did make it back home to get situated to defend that third base. And right now it's on Raynor to defend, to keep up with these Oracles and to maintain his base, to minimize losses. And so far, so good. There is going to be a drone here, but we do force that Gas Geyser. Raynor so far not losing anything. Oh, oh.
Yeah, not yet. Classic. He has to be a little bit careful here. Definitely it's always a very ballsy move, right? To just come in with your initial Oracle and then to, after that, split up both of your Oracles. But Classic actually finding a little bit of damage here. 4 drones go down, and he will be able to keep all of his Oracles alive for now.
Yeah, very nicely done. The first Oracle did a great job of distracting Raynor. Then the second Oracle came in from behind. 5 worker kills. A very nice damage here by Classic, bearing in mind that he's able to just shuffle his Oracles around and now moving back out with a fresh third Oracle.
Indeed, he is. You don't normally see that too often. Just having a flanking Oracle, just because the one-shot potential of having your 2 Oracles together is very, very valuable. I cannot believe that Oracle escapes, but it does. And here we go. Double Oracle coming in. Gets another 5 drones. Huge damage from Classic here, as a result of little bits of damage stacking up.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this time it wasn't the Adept, so this time it was the Oracles here, as in total we've gotten 10 drone kills. Look at the unit slots tab here, very efficient out of Classic, not losing anything so far. And we can see that Raynor is matching up lings, but Classic, he is ready back at home.
Yeah, he is ready. He is warping in units, and honestly, these Oracles actually still have quite a bit of energy on them. And they're in position to defend.
Yeah, they're in position to defend. We still have that one full energy and full HP Oracle across the map. These things won't find any damage. There is no shield battery, and Classic does enjoy doing this, where he cuts corners. He does delay shield battery production. Even now, that's another pylon on the way, but he gets away with it. He does have enough to defend.
Indeed, he does. Who needs a shield battery when you can out DPS your opponents, right?
True.
Who needs a shield when you can just punch?
I mean, that's like Hero and Classic's mantra right there. That's who needs to defend? Just punch harder. True. Just
Exactly.
that's very Korean Protoss. And for now, we are moving out here with a couple of Adepts. I believe this is just to clear up creep. There we go. The active tumors are under threat, but the Queens are keeping up, and we do force back the initial army here. One active tumor goes down, and we do not get surrounded. The Adepts will barely shade out.
Like so. Very deep. They are very deep in the red, but they are alive, and that's all that really matters. They can still recharge their shields, and they can still be useful later down the line as Classic. We'll actually mine out this wall and take this forward. You don't see this too often from Protoss, but it does make a lot of sense. I do feel like this base is a bit more defensible compared to the other location.
Oh yeah, there's a very defendable 4th base that leads into the gold, of course, as well, so Classic just looking secure. One Adept finally does go down. We can see the trades here. 1 Adept for an Overlord, 10 drones, and 13 lings. Finally, Raynor is going to be bouncing back, and behind this, we're taking up. We're joining up to 4 base saturation and taking up into a Lurker Den and Hive.
Yeah, Raynor, he was kept back for a while in this game, for quite a while in this game, thanks to all of that drone harass, but now he's been able to stabilize. He's been able to get in his groove, and yeah, like you said, he's getting ready to head into that final stage of Zerg.
He is, as we're working towards the Hydra Lurker Viper, that kind of end game composition for Raynor. Meanwhile, Overseer dives into the main base of Classic, making sure there is no crazy Skytoss transition. Very important to keep an eye on the composition of choice as well, whether we're going Double Rover Colossus or whether we're going to Storm. We can see, and now Raynor can as well, it is going to be Storm. There is no Bay back at home.
No, there is not, but we're about to have a beacon. So we will be getting eventually into that Sky Toss transition.
I mean, what's scary right now is that the Overseer just died. It was after the Overseer was killed, then we start the Sky Toss, the Fleeping. The Changeling does spot this, though. I just realized that we didn't leave it back home, so Raynor, he's aware.
He is indeed. And he can start getting ready. He'll know not to turn too many of his Hydras into Lurkers, and ideally, eventually, work on a Spire of his own.
Yeah, it's going to be one of two things. Either Raynor maxes out and tries to push before Skytoss begins. Again, the Changeling sees that Skytoss is coming, but it's not here yet. So there is a window. There's a window that Raynor can make use of, or we can use this to try to take the gold base, take another base, and take up into a Spire, work towards upgrades, and work towards Corruptors.
Yeah, ordinarily knowing Raynor, I would assume he would prefer to do the former. I mean, he's already maxed out, so regardless, he's going to try to get something done here across the map. But he is teching up. He is getting a lot of spine crawls and whatnot.
And spine crawlers are on the way. You can see the Lurkers leapfrogging forward as well. We do catch a couple of these Immortals. Nice pickoffs. Storm has arrived, but the Hydras, they're barely out of range on the right-hand side. We're getting to that mineral line, and the Immortals are taking a lot of hits.
They are taking a lot of hits. The Hydra's going ham on the other side. High Templar can't quite get in position thanks to the zoning of all these Lurkers. A couple of warp ins here at the 4th base location will help Classic deal with the Hydras. But that is only the beginning of what he needs to get done here.
Yeah, very nice splits here by Raynor. You've seen we've had like 4 or 5 storms so far, but every single time only a handful of Hydras are being affected by them. And Immortal goes down as well. We see Raynor gaining more and more ground here. The base is under fire. The base is about to go down.
Yeah, there's no way it's gonna live. I say that as Classic comes in with a bit of a flank. Gets half the army supply though, and here comes the reinforcing Lings. GG is called, and Raynor gonna be able to smash Classic before Classic gets to his own final stage of tech. GG.
GG, well played. Before the Sky Toss, before the carriers or anything in the air can really come into play, Raynor, he did go for the kill. And again, he had just a very, very tight execution there with that Ling Lurker Hydra force, able to dive in, and Classic was not in position, was not ready for the push. If you remember, he had to recall Immortals as they were caught out on the map, and likewise, the Storms were a little bit delayed as well, as it took a little bit too long to actually get to the front lines and try to deal with the army of Raynor. Very nicely done.
Yeah, very decisive here from Raynor. I mean, real good scouting with that Changeling. It took way too long for Classic to realize that, wait a minute, I haven't been warping in Zealots for a while. Why is there one in my base? But yeah, apart from that, or beyond that, also really, really good just killer instinct from Raynor to say, okay, I'm about to max out. I haven't quite hit my final form yet. I don't have all of my upgrades, but I'm maxed out, and I need to kill you sooner rather than later. So I'm gonna hit you in the middle of your transition, catch you with your pants down, and yeah, just take game number 1. GG.
There it is. Yeah, we did take that first game, and now we are looking to dive into our second as our lobby is made, and game number 2 is going to be on Site Delta.
Here we go, in a very standard map. Coming down the line, and speaking of standard maps, that's what we're on, Site Delta. Indeed. Anyway, over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom right, going for another 15 hatch, 15 trick. Look, Zerg terminology. It's a 15 build. We have our red Zerg player coming out from the land of Italia, currently residing in the land of Korea. He is, of course, going to be representing his team, Basilisk Gaming, as well as going for even more of a 15 trick. He is, after taking game number 1, up 1-0 in this best of 3 series. We, of course, have Raynor.
I'm putting us up to whatever the hell that was. What the hell was that, Yaku?
Throwback.
God. Oh, no. It's 2015 again. Calm down. Spawning in the top left corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Twisted Minds. Down in this series, looking to bounce back. It is Classic. shaking my head.
2015. That, I think, was actually the year I became aware of StarCraft.
There you go. There you go. Oh my god. But yes, we have returned. We are now back here in game number 2, and Raynor has a nice lead. He has a very nice lead here after a very decisive game 1, going for that kill move, having the killer instinct as well to hit when he did. And we'll see how Classic will adjust here against Raynor. Again, it's going to be him up against the wall. Honestly, he had a really good start. Remember, he had a very nice start with his Stargate and Oracle Harass. It was just maybe being a little bit too greedy and just taking up a little bit too much there. And of course, being scouted, which is kind of the beginning of his downfall in that first game.
Yeah, that's kind of the downside of Classic's playstyle, right? Of just cutting corners in order to tech up as quickly as possible. When you cut corners, you just you're just that much more vulnerable, right? When you're in the middle of your transition, and Raynor was well aware of that, was able to take him out. And so my eyes are now more on Classic to see how he adjusts in game number 2.
Yeah, my eyes are definitely on Classic as well. As we can see him being a nuisance here, does delay the third base by a little bit with the pylon, but that's going to be a kill on the probe, so a bit of a give and take here, but the Adept is on the way. The goal here is to try to get on top of this drone in time. Can we deny it? It looks like we cannot. Third base gets up and running. The Adept does gamble a little bit, does end up here on the left-hand side, and does not delay the third.
That it will not. Raynor not going to be too disrupted here when it comes to his economy.
Yeah, not too disrupted. Forced to expand elsewhere, but at least expansion is thrown down in time. Classic shading out, does confirm the location of the third base, does pull back. That did take a lot of damage though, so we have to be very careful. Once link speed kicks in, Raynor can shut this down. But again, link speed is actually a little bit later than normal here because of that 15-15 opener.
Yeah, nice droning coming out here from Raynor. Doesn't lose a single one of them this time, and the probe! Just wanted to see what was going on.
Oh yeah, a rallied probe here. I don't think that was quite intentional, but Classic bleeding one out. And again, bit of a rougher start for Classic, bleeding out 2 probes, bleeding out an Adept as well. We are moving up with our Oracles, but now there's that much more onus to get damage done as the Oracle has yet to find a drone. Oh.
Yeah, very quick on the draw to morph that. Very quick on the morph for Raynor. Very good positioning as well with his queens. That Oracle goes down, and Classic is really, really struggling here in game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. That was a massive pick-off here. Classic bleeding out an Oracle, which is huge. Now we're down to 1, and so far, Raynor, he's on top of this. Finally, 1 drone goes down, but we deal so much damage. Once again, the Oracle barely escapes, but Raynor, he's just so on top of this.
Yeah. Feels like he's really tightened things up. He's warmed up after game number 1, and he isn't taking pretty much any damage here in game number 2.
Yeah, exactly. Classic just being maybe over-eager, overconfident, but slipping up here and there, and against Raynor, you cannot slip up. Not like this. We still have 2 Oracles, and here comes our 3rd Oracle dipping in. We do get a couple of workers, and we do make up for some of our losses, but again, this still pales in comparison to what happened in game 1. And once again, the Oracle takes even more hits.
Yeah, 1 more volley, and it's gonna go down.
Oh no!
And there's that volley.
Yaku.
It goes down.
You had to say, didn't you? What have you done? Oh, but yes, the Oracle does get flanked. Raynor again in his groove here, shutting him down. There's 1 Oracle left. Oh my god, I almost spoke too soon. The Oracle barely does back off. There are Adepts to threaten Raynor, but again, really, we have to back off. We have to maintain ourselves, and Classic is on the back foot.
Very much so, and that's worrisome. We saw how much Raynor was able to get done when he was in game number 1, when he no longer had to worry so much about losing his drones, when he was able to get into his groove, and now, I mean, Raynor's just free. He's unchained, and he can do anything he wants right now. He can drone, he can tech. He's going to be focusing more on the Roach production this time, which is an interesting adjustment.
Yeah, so instead of rushing into Hydras and rushing up into a Hive, we're working towards Ling, Roach, Ravager as we get us around. One Adept goes down. Ooh, the others do commit to the shade. We're headed for the mineral line. Roaches are popping out just in time, and so far we haven't quite gotten many workers up.
As the Adept will go down, and I think only one drone went down.
Yeah, if you look at the battle report, only one drone going down for 4 Adepts. That was not worth it here for Classic. And now Raynor, he responds with a 3 base all-in. Raynor, he's cutting worker production at 59. He has drop lords on the way. We have Lings towards the north. We have potentially Lings towards the south. Roach Ravager right down the middle, and Queens are on the way as well.
Yep. This is not good, to say the least here. Classic on half the army supply. I want to believe in a world where Classic is somehow able to snipe the Dropalords before they can unload their cargo, but it's really tough to envision a way for Classic to hold this.
Yeah, Lings, they come in from behind. They're going to surround one Immortal, gets shut down immediately. The other Immortal as well is exposed, and it's going to be focused down as well. Massive pickoffs here to start off this push, to start off the all-in. Queens have arrived, and there are a lot of Stalkers with good enough blink control. We could maybe try to hold on.
Yeah, maybe. Classic has a decent concave. He's making full use of his choke points. Maybe trying to flank a couple of these Ravagers here and there. Raynor so quick with the transfuse though.
Yeah, the transfuse are on point. Stalkers are being forced back. The Robo is depowered. Boys, they have to be pulled. And Classic, he's up against the wall. And the Lings, they just do not stop coming. We're just rallying across the map. And Raynor, he's done it. He's broken the third.
Just like so. Had a bit of a shaky start to the first game, but once he was able to turn the tables, he just looks unstoppable here in game number 2. Everything so tight.
Oh yeah, everything just going the way of a Raynor here. The Stalkers trying to hold on. Classic saying, "You shall not pass." But, I mean, he did still fall down that bridge. You know, that still did happen. That's
Spoilers.
But in this timeline, the Balrog wins instead. As the Queens are slowly waddling forward, the base itself under fire. Robo goes down. GG gets called as there's almost nothing left. And Raynor will take the series at 2-0.
GG. Very nicely done here.
Oh yeah, very, very impressive play there by Raynor. GG, well played. Again, we've seen Classic, we've seen some of these Korean Protoss players time and time again knock Raynor down, you know, be the players to deny him a deep run in the ESL Open Cup Asias, but not this week. And to be fair, that's kind of what we were seeing a little bit in Game 1, right? Game 1, Classic was looking damn impressive initially with his Oracle Harass. Like, that was Classic's game to lose initially.
Yeah. That was Classic's game to lose, and then he lost it.
That's true.
Yeah, very... Yeah, again, a little bit of a weakness of that specific style from Classic of just leaving yourself even more vulnerable in your transition. Game number 2, though, did not even look close, to be honest. Every time Classic tried to come in, Classic honestly looked a little bit flustered coming into game number 2, just because of how a lot of his units ended up just going down unnecessarily, we should say, or at moments that we wouldn't normally expect from a player of the caliber of Classic. And I mean, that rallied probe as well, I think, was just emblematic of how game number 2 ended up going. Raynor, we saw him, it was very impressive to see him come back from a deficit in game number 1. It was even more impressive in game number 2 to see what he's capable of when he isn't, you know, when he doesn't have to recover from a deficit.
Yeah, exactly, right? Like, that game number 2 was Raynor just in full control, right? He was in full control of that game. He was much more comfortable, much more in his groove. You know, like, you could hear the Italian rap blaring from across the ocean. Like, you knew that Raynor was all over that. And it was very impressive stuff there out of Raynor. Very well played. Does advance on to the quarterfinals, where he is waiting for his next opponent.
Yeah, that was another fairly quick series that we had on our hands here, and so we're going to be waiting for a little while. We expect his opponent to be Cure, but we can't be 100% certain of that because Cure himself is also waiting for an opponent, waiting for Jeshe versus Coffee to finish up.
Mhm.
So in the quarterfinals, Rainer is going to be facing one of those three.
Yeah, as you mentioned, right? It's like our first two series have been very fast games in Classic versus Quantil and Reina versus Classic as well. I do have confirmation Jeshe and Coffee are still mid-series. They are still mid-series,
Oh.
so yeah, Kier is lying in wait. We might just wait for that. We may just wait for Jeshe and Coffee and then jump into that versus Cure. That would make sense to follow into Reina and into the upper semifinals. Otherwise, there are other updates going on in the bracket.
That there are, I believe. Yep, all of our round one matches have wrapped up, so let's just scroll down through them. It looks like Creator managed to take out Fork 2-0, and it's currently up against Björn in that round of 16. Björn directly seeded, didn't have an opponent in the first round, so yeah, that TVP is currently underway. Trap versus Solar still going on. Looks like Firefly beat Jim, but Jim was able to take a map off of Firefly. That's pretty impressive, I would say.
Yeah, impressive stuff there out of Jim to force that ace match. Again, Firefly has been a very impressive player as of late, and Jim, you know, he kind of is in his twilight years. He took a break from the game. He was once the best player in China, and then he, again, kind of stepped away, but now he's back, and yeah, that does bode well for the return of Jim, the return of Jaime, if you will. So exciting stuff there. Also, there was an update. And Solar did take down Trap 2-0. So Solar is waiting for either Björn or Creator in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, a couple of very quick matches coming down. But regardless, going back to what we were talking about earlier, Firefly now up against Gumiho. Winner of that will advance to face Nightmare, who defeated Oliveira 2-0.
Ooh, that's actually pretty impressive. Like, Oliveira has been looking pretty damn good as of late. And
especially in the TVP matchup. He has actually spoken about it a little bit after coming back from DreamHack Dallas with SC Boy. Apparently, it was specifically he practiced with Maru for his TVP, and apparently what he took from that, or what he learned, was that he kind of changed mindsets a little bit in the matchup, where apparently previously he was just very focused on trying to counterattack, but Maru basically told him to don't overthink things, just kill your opponent.
Yeah,
and that yielded a lot of results for Oliveira. He has been looking really, really good, but I guess not quite good enough for Nightmare, who is a little bit of a PvT beast of his own.
He is. Like, I mean, Nightmare, he has his way with Cure on a regular basis, and even Björn as well, so Nightmare is no slouch in that specific matchup, so no shame in going down to him. Scrolling down, looks like we have some other updates as well. This just in, Hero did take down Shin. Hero 2-0'd Shin in the round of 16, and Hero is waiting for either Cyan or Dark. Once again, it looks like Dark and Hero, they're just destined to face off before the finals in these ESL Asia Cups. In these early rounds, they just have to meet.
Yeah, unless Cyan takes out Dark, which is possible.
Yeah.
Cyan's had a lot of clutch, had that clutch factor going his way a lot in WTL. So yeah, we shall see. Meanwhile, we just got an update. Coffee was able to take out Jeshe 2-1. So the next match that we're going to be following, or we're going to be jumping into, is going to be that TBT Coffee versus Cure. I cannot wait. Oh, this is going to be interesting.
It really is. It looks like vetoes are currently underway, but yes, as you said, Coffee versus Cure is up next on the channel, and that is going to be leading into Rainer. So because that's typically how we structure things here on the channel, if we start on one end of the bracket, we typically focus and stay on that end for the remainder of the broadcast, just for those that are maybe curious as to the kind of direction that the cast is going to be going in. So yeah, we have things lined up for us.
Indeed, we do. We just got another update, by the way. It looks like Björn was able to take out Creator 2-0, and we'll be facing Solar in the other quarterfinal. So there we go. So we have it all lined up. In the semifinals, going to be either Rainer, Cure, or Coffee going up against either Björn or Solar.
Okay, there we go. So Björn and Solar are going to be duking it out there in that TVZ. Until then, though, we are getting ready with our TVT, which is something we don't get too often here. Usually the Terrans do avoid each other for the most part, so I'm willing to embrace this. And even though Cure is coming in as a heavy hitter, Coffee is still an unpredictable player, and yeah, he's a terrifying beast in his own right.
Yeah. I mean, Cure, Coffee's TVT build that he debuted a while ago, his Reaper Hellion build, is the reason why I have an 80% win rate in TVT. So
there you go.
Take that how you will.
Yeah, there you go. If you're out there, you want to get back into diamonds, bam.
Transcendent TVT. Let's go.
Coffee's got you. But yeah,
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up as well about Coffee's unpredictability, because I feel like that's going in direct contrast with Cure, who is probably the most standard Terran player out there right now. The next coming of innovation, if you will.
Yeah, it's interesting that Cure has kind of found himself there. I do think that I mean, for a long time, you know, a lot of people would take note of Maru or Bjorn for their like hyper-intensive micro play, for example, but Cure is more of like a macro machine, or at least that's what he's evolved into. And don't get us wrong, he's very strong in that, very impressive, but he could sometimes be slipped up. You know, there's potential for Coffee. There's potential here. I don't want to completely write him off. Bearing in mind as well that Coffee did have a deep run last week as well in ESL Asia.
Oh yeah.
Here we go. It looks like the vetoes are done. We have our map order. Game 1, Site Delta. Game 2, Crimson Court. And Game 3 will be Oceanborn, if we make it that far.
I was not keeping up with that at all.
you're like, hey, you kept up with the vetoes? I have no idea what happened. It's crazy.
Maps? Are we lost?
So good, so good. We found our way.
GPS now.
We found our way.
Or not even GPS. It was like IP address or whatever technology Google
IP
Maps
address?
uses.
Okay. Yes. We're going to use our MAC address to find our way home.
Yeah.
Let's go.
It's the next Pixar movie.
Huh.
A phone that's lost, finding its way home. Anyway, we're going to be jumping into our TVT, best of 3 TVT here. Kicking it off on Site Delta, where of course over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, I'm remembering again, Site Delta, LE. LE, of course, standing for Lizard Emporium. That's, you know.
That's a place.
Yeah, that's where the ZBZs are at. We are here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right, where we have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He, of course, is going to be representing Team Liquid. He is the mayor of Six City himself. He is Cure.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, LE, we have our Chinese Terran player, the blue Terran representing Mystery Gaming. It is Coffee. Fun fact, if you remember, the reason why we stopped saying LE for like a year or 2 years is because they stopped putting LE.
They just stopped putting it, yeah. We no longer had our LEs.
They unironically got rid of LE in the latter edition maps.
It was like, it forced Steel into retirement.
True. But there was like a shaky like transition of hands from Blizzard to ESL, and yeah, there was that 1 or 2 seasons of map pools where when the maps were eventually updated, and the map pool was eventually.
You're saying 1 or 2 seasons. I want to remind everybody who has forgotten or possibly wasn't there. This was when a season or a map pool lasted like a year and a half.
Yeah, unironically, yeah.
So it was like, yeah. So we're saying 1 or 2 map pools, but really it was more like 3 years, something like that.
The COVID era of StarCraft.
Yeah.
So for a long time, we actually did not have LE there on the just above the minimap. Now it's back, thankfully. You know, now we have things back under control and things are more or less how they should be. You know, ladder map seasons are a little more frequent than they were a couple of years ago, even where they were a year long, which was crazy.
I was gonna say, did they? Because I remember they used to, during these dark times, they would just switch every single map. They would get rid of every map and switch them with a new one. So it went from 7 maps to 9 maps, and then 9 fresh maps after that. Or I'm explaining it weirdly, but basically what I mean is there would be no maps carried over from one map pool to the next. I vaguely remember, though, there was one season where half of the maps were LE because they were the new maps, and then half of the maps weren't because it was still from that era.
That was like around 2022 or something. Yeah, that did happen.
There we go. Yeah,
that's you're not wrong. Yeah, those were the dark times, and now we're back where everything should be. You know, it's all ladder edition once again. Even though we don't really have like tournament edition anymore or anything like that, but it's fine. It's fine.
We still have our ESL edition
true.
Here and there.
True. No, you're not wrong. That is true. Which should be the ladder map edition.
I don't. Yeah.
Should be.
No, I'm getting flashbacks to when. I don't remember the name of that map, but it was a map with very heavy lens flare on the ladder edition.
Yeah, oh my god.
And so the ESL edition, they toned it down so that for tournaments it would actually, you know, it wouldn't blind everybody viewing it, but on the ladder, that's what we had to deal with.
Those are the days. Good times.
Those were the dark times.
It blinded us.
Oh. I'm still blind.
For now, we're getting into our openers. We do see Cure opening up with a bit of a kitchen sink drop. We have our Cyclone, our Heli, and a couple of Marines as well, headed towards the natural base. At the same time, Reapers on the right-hand side. And we'll see if Coffee can defend. He does have the units to defend, but not quite in position. We do get 1 SCV so far, but we should fend this off. And now, as we get distracted by the drop, here come those Reapers.
Yeah, jumping right above the cliff. Gets a full scout and should be able to... I was going to say take out that SCV, but okay, not actually going to target it. Still should be able to get some damage regardless. The SCV goes down over here. Doesn't quite get the delay on that CC, but we do have the... Ooh! Not quite drop. That tank and that Cyclone from Coffee is a good enough deterrent here.
Yeah, 3 SCV kills though, pretty good trade for Cure, bearing in mind they only lost Reapers, and Reapers they don't scale too well into the mid-game, so trading them out for worker kills is always a good thing. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, Coffee did rush into a very fast 3rd CC. 3rd base is almost done. Cure's is just beginning on location. Now, thankfully for Cure, he has map control. Because of his drop, because of his aggression, he has the confidence and the safetiness to actually throw his down on location, but his goal should be to delay the third of Coffee for as long as he can.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a push come out from Cure pretty soon. Stim just beginning, but it's going to be much, much quicker than from Coffee. And I was seeing the switch into Viking and tank production coming out here from Cure.
Yeah, you spoke about that move out, and here it is. We're moving out across the map again, as we mentioned, because Cure scouted the 3rd CC, because he knows it is so fast, he knows he has to slow it down. At the same time, Reapers do slip in across the map. We do delay the 3rd base of Cure.
And we bring the army back. Ooh.
Yeah, the army does turn back around, and Reapers in the main base. I gotta be distracting Cure a little bit longer here, and this means that Coffee has some more breathing room. He's still building up, getting to his own Ravens, working towards his own Stim. Is it going to be enough, though? Because now Cure is back on the map, moving out once again.
Yeah, this does get scouted here from Coffee, but does Coffee have enough to deal with it? Well, he's got a lot of tanks. He's got Ravens. Yeah, he should be able to deal with this so long as his units are in position and don't get targeted down like that.
Made a very clutch on siege. Very nicely done by Coffee. We do get the disables, but he unsieges just in time. He has a high ground and he saves all of his tanks.
Just like so. Not enough energy on these Ravens for any more disables. Coffee going to be able to, yeah, like you said, siege up on the top of the ramp, and will be able to prevent Cure from going for his throat. But, very important to note, this still is giving Cure complete map control. Coffee has not lifted his 3rd. He knows he's not going to be able to land it. Cure on the other side of the map going to be very comfortable getting his third CC mining.
Yeah, Cure, he will have the economic lead, the economic advantage. I'm still very impressed that Coffee was able to preserve his army and able to respond the way that he did. So it was a very nice defense here out of Coffee, but it's not over yet. He's still slowly building up, looking to break out of this contain. The downside here is that Coffee did lose a Raven. He has one more left behind this, but we have the Raven lead for Cure. He will still have disables of his own available.
Oh, that he will, but the Ravens here from Cure are very, very low. If they stray a little bit too far away from his Vikings, I can absolutely see Coffee sniping them down.
Definitely good. For now, though, Cure has air control. He's got the Viking lead. He's going to be containing Coffee even further back into the natural base. Again, still yet to throw down any expansions. Raven trying to come in from behind. Coffee looking to break out.
Oh, can he do it? Can he do it? We'll see as Cure actually going for the kill move here. Disables one of these tanks, lands all of his Vikings, and he should be able to break through this ramp, but the drop from behind actually going to get cleaned up here for Coffee. GG is called, and Cure taking game number 1.
GG, well played. Very decisive play there out of Cure to be able to dive in and break through before the counter breakout, before Coffee was able to come in from behind. He was setting up with the Raven, with the drop, but was a couple of seconds too late there as Cure was the first to pull the trigger.
Indeed, he was. Very nicely done. See Ejaws in the chat here. I went to make coffee, but forgot to hit the button. I hope that's on Noman. Well...
Oh no.
Sign.
Hopefully Coffee doesn't forget to press the button. Hopefully.
Hopefully. I mean, he pressed the unsiege button.
I mean, that was
Very
really impressive.
so.
That was
Yeah.
It's so difficult to unsiege in time to allow yourself to escape those disables. For those that are curious, when your tank gets disabled, you actually can't do anything. You can't unsiege, you can't attack. Like it is rendered just inert, essentially. The tank is, but you can unsiege as the ability is midair before it connects, and if you do that, you can get away.
This is why we need tank-backs back.
We don't. We really
As we continue our series now onto Crimson Court, where the law is blood.
Excuse me?
Spill? Question mark.
Where I am the law.
Yeah. There we go. Where the court is in session. Crimson Court, LE. LE, of course, standing for Languishing Experiment. Languishing Experiment. Figure that one out, because I don't remember what.
You're like, I don't know what I just said. You're like, I didn't even understand.
I forgot the definition of languishing. Anyway, over here in the top right corner of the map, we have our red Terran player coming up from the land of Korea. The mayor of Six City himself taking game number 1 and going for a cheeky 2-Rax proxy in game number 2. We have Cure.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the player being proxied, but thankfully he's going for a double gas servitor. Thankfully, he is not being too greedy here. The Chinese Terran player representing Mystery Gaming, it is a Coffee. Oh, he scouts! Let's go!
Scout the proxy. Here we go.
Oh my god. Again, it's proxy 2-Rax Reaper, but it is going to be slightly delayed here as the SCV is going ham, getting some hits in. We do have a second, a third, and a fourth SCV on the way. And can we get this around? Can we shut down the second Rax? Up!
We're going to try. One of the SCVs does fall. The Reaper still a ways off.
Yeah, it's a ways off, and we do deny that second Rax. There is no second SCV moving out for Cure, and we have Reapers on the way. We have the factory on the way. Coffee should be able to defend. There is a chance that maybe we can get some SCV kills here, but it's now on Cure to try to bounce back.
Yeah. Watching, keeping my eye on the control. As so far, yep, this initial Reaper has taken a bit too much damage, and Cure will not be able to keep this up. He's going to wait for the second Reaper to pop out before returning home with his barracks, but yeah, he is quite a fair bit behind from this point forward.
Yeah, Cure, he has to try to back off, lick his wounds. We do have a second Reaper on the way. Ooh, and not a bad KDA charge. We do get another SCV. Very nice done, but at the same time, we're going to be trading out Reapers for for an SCV as Coffee does come out on top in that trade.
Just like so. But what about the third Reaper?
It's coming. The Reaper is coming at the same time. Coffee just going to be rallying everything across the map. We do have our 2 Reapers. We have our Hellion as well back at home. Cure, what does he have? He's got a Cyclone in production. And without that Cyclone, we can get some SCV kills.
We can get, yeah, quite a few SCV kills. That was a good KD8 charge coming out here from Cure, but I'm not convinced it's going to be enough. Oof. Cyclones, man, it just takes so long to pop out. The Reaper goes down as well from Cure. Oh, Cure getting a decent surround, but this is a lot of lost mining time. The SCVs clumping up.
The SCVs, they do line up. 6 SCVs go down. We clean this up. Look how low so many of them are. And again, this is all because of the failed proxy. And we do have additional Hellions and Reapers out on the map, but it looks like, Coffee has overextended a little bit.
Yeah. Potentially. As this force is going to go down, but at the same time, just economically speaking, Coffee is so far ahead that I think he can afford to lose this little attack force.
Yeah, I mean, Coffee, he's up in workers, and Coffee, his natural base is done. Cure's just started. Cure's base literally just began here, and again, that's just how far behind Cure is right now. He lost so many workers earlier, just now working on the starport. Starport is already done for Coffee. Coffee, he's ahead, I think, under every metric possible here in this TVT. Now, it's not impossible to bounce back here. Like, TVT is very positional based. If we can get to the mid game, then Cure can bounce back, but that's a big if. There's a lot of pressure right now on Cure.
That there is, and I'm sure Coffee is well aware of that. I'm sure that he's doesn't want to get to a stage of the game where Cure actually has a more of a possibility to bounce back off the back of these tanks. So there we go, Cyclone drop making its way across the map. At least one tank should be able to pop out from this factory, but with good enough target firing, I can definitely see Coffee targeting it down, continuing to keep Cure back.
Yeah, for now we get 1 SCV kill. We do pull back at the same time. Hellion hits the natural base. And do we get an SCV? It looks like we do! 2 workers going down. Very nicely done here by Coffee. Doesn't look like a lot, but bearing in mind that Cure doesn't have many workers to begin with. Every SCV is valuable right now for Coffee. For Cure, as Coffee is building up.
Yeah. Mules can only do so much when your opponent has mules as well.
That's the
problem. When your opponent has more mules.
Yeah. I mean, that's the problem in TVT. Like, mules, true, but what about more mules?
Just saying. Yeah.
Look, when people say TVT is unwinnable, I mean, how could you deny it?
Exactly. Just, watch some Coffee builds.
There you go.
That's how you win.
Just press the coffee button.
Yeah. Just remember to press it.
Oh god, he gets it!
Oh, and he will be able to get it! Oh, nice bit of damage here from Cure. Very good trade.
Yeah, very nicely done, this Cure. He does shut down that initial Cyclone drop. Meanwhile, Coffee is pushing out across the map. We spoke about it, or you spoke about it, about how Coffee was hoping to knock Cure down before he stabilized, and here comes that tank push. We have 2 tanks, we have 2 Ravens, we have Disable researched, and we're looking to crush into or bust into this natural.
Yeah, we don't have any eyes on the move out just yet. Cure doesn't have eyes on it. He does now. Cyclones across the map, gonna try to get something done. Coffee is having his attention stretched a little bit. Vikings trying to snipe the Ravens. They will pop out their auto turrets, no disables, and with that, Cure's actually going to be able to hold.
Yeah, the lack of disables is concerning across the map. A lot of SCVs going down to the Cyclones. Very nice juggling. Oh my god.
And just like that, Cure was down in his grave, and now he's digging himself out of it.
He is digging out. 12 SCVs go down. We finally shut down the drop, but the drop did more than pay for itself. Meanwhile, this push fell on its face, and Cure is stabilizing. Scan into the main base confirms there is no third base. Third CC is on the way for Coffee, so he at least has that advantage. But worker-wise, Cure has caught up.
Exactly. I mean, Coffee will be getting his third base quicker, but not by that much, as Cure has just thrown down his third as well. So, any advantage that Coffee had earlier in this game, Actually, yeah, any advantage Coffee had earlier in this game is pretty much gone. I mean, he's got one Raven.
Yeah.
And you don't want to underestimate that, but...
True.
Yeah, economy-wise, production-wise, Cure has been able to bounce back.
Yeah, because even though, sure, we have a Raven, it's only one, and Cure has a Viking lead. And with that Viking lead, we can just, again, outmaneuver and just outposition that Raven as well and zone it away and even focus it down before it can really add any value to a fight. So... again, both players have their own differences in their compositions, but for the most part, we are neck and neck here. Very impressive that Cure was able to bounce back the way that he did. Not easy to do.
Yeah. Absolutely not easy to do. It's even more difficult to do, or something that's even more difficult to do is get ahead of your opponent on upgrades when you're in a position like that. Cure going to be the first player to get Stim, and Coffee, it's a long ways off for him. I don't believe he has a tech lab. He does have a tech lab on one of his barracks, but yeah, he's just not researching it.
Yeah, no Stim yet for Coffee, and here comes the move out from Cure. He's moving out with his Vikings, moving out with his tanks. Again, Cure stayed on a very low Marine count. He's been hyper-fixated on tank Viking. So the army itself has its vulnerabilities, that is true, but for the most part, he is still shocking around the map, still safe and sound. And Coffee trying to keep up here and has yet to start his upgrade. Hopefully he starts it soon.
Yeah, I'm just staring at... There we go. Yeah. I'm just staring at the income and the bank, the gas bank specifically. Vikings and Cure sharking around, trying to see if it can get a cheeky little snipe here and there. Also giving a little bit of scouting information to let Cure know whether or not he can take a chance, whether or not there's an opening. There isn't one yet.
Yeah, he tries to fight more, but a massive tank follows go off. Coffee was lying in wait. One tank goes down. Not a bad start here for Coffee. At the same time, Viking sharking around. The Viking lead is actually not in favor of anyone. It's 11 versus 11, so we have an even Viking count for both players, and no vehicle upgrades yet for either Cure or Coffee.
Yeah, no ships, no ground vehicles, no nothing. But Stim has finished up here for Cure, and we're waiting on 2 medevacs.
Waiting on this medevacs.
Cure, he wants to pull the trigger.
Yeah, bioproduction has begun for now. Cure, he was being active, but now he pulls back. He's respecting the momentum that now Coffee has. Bearing in mind that because the Viking counts are even, this Raven is that much more impactful here, can be that much more useful, either for the anti-armor missile, and there it is, he goes to Vikings!
And he will be able to coat every single Viking in that anti-armor missile. Cure cannot fight this just yet. Can try to snipe the Raven, but going to be leaving himself uber vulnerable. Another anti-armor missile. Yeah, now here on the Vikings.
But is it going to be enough here, as it looks like we do force Cure back? Coffee gains control of the air, but only momentarily, as he still has to pull back. We do see reinforcements getting called out, and Cure holds.
Like so, once again. I really feel for our viewers, as both of our players are trying to be active, trying to be aggressive, but we're getting a little stalemated.
Just a little bit here. And I mean, that's TVT in a nutshell, right? Like, these siege lines are so difficult to break here. That's why positioning is key in TVT and can just win you games even if you're down in army supply. Things can very much so go your way, as Cure is going for a double jump towards the left-hand side, is trying to be active, but Vikings likewise also getting in position.
Oh, yeah, they will be able to catch the medevacs if they go that way, but this is very, very smart from Cure, honestly. Dropping his Marines before going into position, he should be able to snipe these Vikings.
Oh, he goes to the Stim, but Coffee does barely react in time. He pulls away, thankfully. Does avert disaster there, especially with the Raven in conjunction with these Vikings. Oh, no!
Raven!
Up!
Oh. Will now go down. Only one Viking will fall. Whew.
Yeah, Coffee playing with fire there. Could have lost the Raven, did lose the Viking. Nonetheless, still a good pick up there by Cure. Scans trying to get eyes on the drop. Meanwhile, both armies are still just building up back at home. Look at the units tab. We've got 9 Vikings for Cure. We've got 9 tanks for Cure. We have 11 tanks for Coffee. So tank counts slightly in favor of Coffee, slightly, but really the game is slowing down. And oh my god, we're going into mass starport production.
Yeah. Wise man once told me, endgame Terran, or endgame TVT, mech or bio, is Sky Terran. And Cure just looking to kickstart that as early as possible.
Yeah, it's all about that Sky Terran. It's all about that air control in TVT. You can go Mass Viking into Mass BC or even Mass Raven. You have a couple of options at the end game there with how you want to approach it.
Yeah, you can get BCs or you can get Liberators. Got a lot of options here in the end game.
And it's still all Sky Terran, true. Like, you know, you're like, can I make Marine? It's like, kinda, not really. It's not ideal.
Well, if you get into the post end game, the after end game,
right? The post
then
game
you can
credits.
get Marines.
Yeah. The after credits.
Yeah. That's when you see the teaser for the next phase of movies. Yeah.
Yeah. For the next game.
Next phase of Terran. Then you can go Mass Marine again.
Okay.
And ironically, when you take out when two Sky Terran armies go up against each other, the first player to mass up Marines is usually the one who wins.
Oh yeah, especially if
it just takes so long to remake all of those high-tech units.
Definitely. Especially if the BC count is low as well, right? Because then if they're stuck with all these Vikings, they can't really do much against Mass Marine. But here we go, we have a massive committed drop on the left-hand side. Marines are keeping up tanks, they do siege up in time, and Cure will get here to fend off Coffee. Both players taking their fourth bases. Again, at this point, both players are going to be maxing out. Coffee's going to be the first to reach that 200 supply, but can he make use of that supply? That is the question as we are moving on the right-hand side. The disable!
The Raven does go down, but it is able to land one disable first. There just aren't a lot of tanks over in this location here for Cure. Meanwhile, because Cure is forced to the north, Coffee is pushing towards the south.
Yeah, we're trying to get a position. Raven going to be sniped. The second Raven barely does survive as well, but Coffee does wedge himself in between the third base and the natural out-positioning Cure.
That's a lot of tanks.
That is a lot of tanks, but that's also a lot of Vikings, and Coffee, he's coming out worse for wear in the Viking trade. Does take a massive anti-armor missile to the face, does bleed out a lot of Vikings. The tanks, we have not yet gained much ground. We have to push in.
Do have to push in. And the tanks of Cure are just not quite able to shell away at the tank line or prevent the tank line of Coffee from really moving in. Coffee coming in with mass reinforcements, flanking every Viking.
Yeah, Coffee bleeds out all of his Vikings. He lost every single Viking in that skirmish, but he has Marines. And Vikings do not shoot down, so the Marines are going to be able to sit on forward. They can threaten more of these bases. There are tanks on the high ground, though, so he has to be very careful with how he does engage. And it looks like Coffee isn't able to gain too much more ground. He does try to push forward. He goes to the stim.
Does go for the stim. Will be not quite able to take out one of these tanks. A moment of opportunity there. That tank was a little bit distracted dealing with the other tanks, but not quite able to do much in the end. One Liberator pops out, and that is all it takes when your opponent has 0 Vikings.
Yeah, that's why the air control is so important here. Mass Viking into Mass Liberator. What is the answer to the libs? It has to be Vikings. The problem is that Cure has the Viking lead. Coffee, instead of rotating over towards the left-hand side, trying to catch Cure out of position, but now we have more freedom. Now we have more liberation zones.
Has arrived. Yeah, Cure has Liberator, still has a very healthy tank count, and these Marines just aren't able to do anything, really. They're gonna try to stim on top of the Liberator, no! Yeah, but instead they stim right into their death.
Exactly, the tanks, they're there to support the Marines. They go down one after the other. Massive tank volleys going off. And Coffee just is not breaking through. He had a pretty successful push earlier in between the bases, but now he is overextending. Tanks are going down, Marines are going down. We can see Coffee trying to sneak up on this planetary, and he looks like he might be able to. Cure is a little bit late to respond.
Yeah, the Liberator's not quite in position to deal with all of these tanks, so he can try to siege up and shell away at that base, but once Cure gets eyes on that, he pulls away. Cure still the defender for now. It's a little bit of time to just chip away at this siege line.
Yeah, exactly. As Coffee does have to retreat, and Cure is maxed out. Cure may have lost all of his sentry towers, but he is maxed out. Massive disables here on the tank. Sims on forward. Boys have been pulled. I don't think that was intentional there.
It might have been to repair, but yeah, probably not intentional. But now, yeah, we've gotten to the point where Cure has been able to rebuild. He has so much energy on these Ravens. Disables everything. It doesn't matter that Coffee has been able to overtake the Viking count, because now the tanks are a non-factor. GG.
GG.
That was brilliantly done from Cure. Not gonna lie, that was Cure bouncing back from from a proxy that fell completely on its face. For Cure to just hang on just long enough to get into that tank stage, just long enough to have a strong defensive line, and then start evening things out just barely with that cyclone drop across the map. That was absolutely brilliant. That was Cure showing what the fundamental strengths of where the fundamental strengths of TVT really lies in the positioning of the tanks, in the air dominance of the Vikings. That, was great.
Yeah, really impressive stuff there out of Cure. As you mentioned, like, the MVP of Cure that game was that Cyclone drop, right? That Cyclone drop did pull him back into the game. It got 12 SCV kills while he defended back at home. It did just allow him to bounce back, and from that moment, Cure, he was suddenly in the driver's seat. Suddenly Coffee was having a bit of a harder time, had some advantages of his own, but alas, just could not break through, could not break the defensive line. As you mentioned, so important to take control of the air there in TVT. Mass Vikings, so important, not just so you can kill the Vikings of your opponent, but to get into Liberator production, to take control of the ground and the sky.
Yeah, Cure was absolutely backed into the corner. With that maxed out push from Coffee. Coffee had so many tanks, and they were in such strong positions, but very decisively, Cure did go for that anti-armor on the Vikings. He did take them out, completely wipe them. And so literally it only took one Liberator for Coffee to kind of lose his grip there.
Exactly. All it takes sometimes is one lib. And in the end, we had more than that, but, you know, it all began with that first Liberator, just forcing Coffee back, saving Cure in his time of need when he was being forced back out of his own natural even. Like, things looking a little bit dire there for Cure. It was impressive that Coffee had found his way in there, but just wasn't able to keep pushing. GG, well played. Congratulations to Cure as he does take the series. My condolences to Coffee as he does bow out of the tournament. It is single elimination, and with that, Cure advances on to his next opponent. The bracket.
Indeed. He was waiting for a while, but Rainer has an opponent on his hands. Cure and Rainer currently getting the vetoes on the way. We will be getting into that best of 3 quarterfinals, but it's not the only quarterfinals going on, as we do have a bunch of updates.
We do have those updates. Again, we followed Rainer earlier, so Rainer was lying in wait. He's ready for Cure in these quarterfinals. Scrolling down, we mentioned earlier that Beyond versus Solar, it looks like it's still mid-series, has still not wrapped up. They may go to the ace match. It is possible. I wish them the best. But scrolling down even further, Yaku, we have some updates. We have some big updates, Papi. Let's go. Oh my god.
Huge updates. As first of all, we have Firefly taking out Gumiho 2-1. We'll be going up against Nightmare in that PvP. That is arguably the 2 strongest PvP players going up against each other. So that is going to be an absolute treat. I'm a little bit jealous that we're not able to get our eyes on that, but I'm sure that does have coverage. Somebody else is covering that. I did hear earlier on. Meanwhile, we also have... I think we mentioned Hero taking out Shin earlier, and Cyan did fall to Dark, so Hero and Dark, as fated, once again, going to be facing each other in a quarterfinals.
Yeah, exactly. I believe Behemoth is down there. I don't know which series he's casting, but I know that he's casting one of those lower quarterfinals matches, so again, or he may even be in Beyond vs. Solar. I'm not too sure. He's in one of those series. He's in one of those series. So again, check out some of the other English casters if you want some of those other matches that are currently ongoing. As you mentioned, though, that is a big win for Firefly, taking down Gumiho. And we just got an update. Oh my god! Hero versus Dark has concluded, and Hero took down Dark 2-0.
There we go. Our first semifinalist of the evening. That's going to be another PvP, I just realized.
Oh, yeah. That means we have a Protoss confirmed for the finals. Pure Protoss.
Yeah. Indeed. It's going to be a PvT or a PvZ finals that we're going to be getting.
Yeah, exactly. As the lower finalists will either be Hero, Firefly, or Nightmare. I wish them all the best of luck. Again, they're going to have to rely on their PvPs to try to make it, and that could go any direction. But now we're diving into our own quarterfinals match.
Indeed, we are. And it is once again going to be loading in onto Crimson Court, where I am the law, and court is in session. L.E. L.E., of course, standing for lawyers everywhere. It's a nightmare. Here we are in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left. We, of course, have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He is, of course, going to be representing Team Liquid. He is going for potentially a little bit of a Beyond build, going for that low ground wall. Missed that build, but let's see it having a little bit of a resurgence. He is, I mentioned team, didn't mention team. Here's the mayor of Six City. We have Cure.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have going for a 15 opener, 15-15 once again out of Rainer. I just said his name. The Italian Zerg player representing Basilisk. It is Rainer. As you mentioned, this is a build that has been making a resurgence. We've been seeing this a lot from not just Beyond, but Cure as well. We've been mixing it in, and now we see it more and more often in these TVZs. It's great to see it having that resurgence that you mentioned. It was very trendy and very popular last year, especially the first half of last year, and then it kind of faded away.
Yeah. And now, I was going to say, I wonder what happened, and I remembered the Cyclone patch happened.
True. Yeah, unironically,
in between that time, so that's probably that's probably a correlation.
Yeah, unironically, I think that's a big part. But yeah, now in the more latest patch, we are now embracing the 2x Reaper build once again. The goal of this build is to contain the Zerg player. But because Raynor did open up 15-15, that means the Queen is going to be slightly faster. That means these Lings are slightly faster as well. These Reapers shouldn't get much done as the first Reaper has arrived, and the drones are going to be forced back. Oh, already going to be morphed into a Spore Crawler. So far, not getting any damage done yet. Up.
Very fast on the draw here is Raynor. Very quick to the morph.
Very quick to morph there as we do knock back those Queens. Nice KDA charges here by Cure. And again, his goal here, deny the third. That's all he needs to do, just deny the third base. We've only made... Oh, never mind. It's 3x Reaper. My apologies.
Yeah, ordinarily, the goal here is to delay the third base. Ideally, take out a tumor if you can. But this is much more committed here from Cure. He needs to do a lot more damage than just keeping Raynor on two bases, because even on two bases... against pure Reaper, you can still try to get roaches or something and still go for a massive counterattack.
Yeah, I'm excited because usually we see Beyond do this, but not many others. Like even when this was trendy, Cure wasn't really embracing 3x Reaper too often, so I'm excited to see what Cure can do with this. Again, diving into the main base, trading with the Lings. Lings are getting picked up, but again, we're looking for the Queens at least.
Yeah, that will be the start of, or potentially be the start of something here for Cure. If you can take out the Queens, he is now expanding, getting a second base, and he has forced, he's forced a Spine Crawler, so that's something, but once again, I'm a little worried for Cure that he hasn't been able to deal enough damage to really pay for the 3 racks.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's forcing out a lot of Lings, he's forcing out that Spine Crawler, trading with some of the Queens, but the Queens stand strong. One of the Reapers did go down earlier, and as you mentioned, Cure needs to get more done. Ling speed is about to finish. Once it does, Raynor can break out.
And it has finished up here. Oh, I'm liking this a lot from Raynor. So he knows that he's not going to be able to take that normal third base. So instead, mines out that gold, opts for a sneaky third instead.
Yeah, and this is the problem with doing 3x Reaper on this map is you can't threaten this space. Like there's no Reaper cliffs to get to this side of the map. You have to knock down the rocks or mine through the minerals. So even though we have all these Reapers, we cannot actually deny this third base as long as we can mine through these minerals. So yeah, really nice setup here by Raynor. A much faster third than would have been expected, and Raynor's looking a little more comfortable here.
Oh yeah. It was a bit of a scary start, but now that he's been able to get into his groove, I don't see Cure being too threatening for quite some time. He is still gonna try and make use of his 3 racks. He is getting stim. He is massing up a massive marine count. So We should be seeing a couple of medevacs pop out from that starport once the add-on swaps, and we should be seeing Cure once again be active on the map.
Oh yeah, this is going to be the follow-up push here, where it's going to be a 3cc 311 follow-up. This is going to be a very strong stim timing for Cure, and thankfully, because he preserved those Reapers, he has Reapers to support the Marine Army, and they can actually do surprisingly well against Ling Bane. KDA charges, like, unironically, are they a little bit underrated when it comes to mid-game fights.
Yeah, they're a little bit underrated because, you know, it can be a little bit tricky to get the maximum effectiveness out of them, but you know, if you're able to really get good at disrupting a Zerg army, really just kind of keep them back, utilizing that crowd control, you can have a much easier time sniping things like Banelings. But I say Banelings, but that's not actually what we're seeing here from Raynor.
Yeah, he threw down a Roach Warren instead, so a much more defensive style out of Raynor, going for a 4th base, spreading all of his creep, and getting into Ling Roach instead. Roach play can just be a very secure way to play, just because it's very larva efficient, especially if your 3rd base is delayed. This makes a lot of sense to be able to keep up with the army and momentum of Cure. Ravagers as well can help when it comes to tank pushes, can help shut them down. So we'll see if Cure can find a way to break through as he is splitting up his army.
I'm going to try to go for a little bit of a cheeky multi-prong. I think this is the right call from Raynor. Should know that Cure has a little bit of a reputation of liking to go aggressive.
Oh! Yes, the roaches are trickling in one by one. A lot of them do go down. Not a bad start out of Cure.
Yeah, already kind of weakening the army before the fight begins, if you will. Cure actually doesn't go into that main. I think there were a couple of Lings that were preventing him from going in there, but regardless, Cure trades well, very well.
Oh yeah,
doesn't get economic damage, but trades very, very well against the army.
Yeah, he got 5 roaches for like 2 or 3 marines. Like, it was like a very efficient trade here out of Cure. As you mentioned, there were Lings in position, so the Reapers were forced back home. Once again, we stim on forward, and once again, we focus on as many roaches as we can.
Yeah, which you can do, which is surprisingly a lot when there are low numbers like this. Man with gun, yo.
You're gonna add something to that, like, yeah, you know, yeah, true.
If you know, you know.
Yeah, true. If you know, you know. But here we go. We have a 3rd drop looking to reinforce here across the map. But as you mentioned, right, like these roaches, I mean, now we hit critical mass. Well, now we've hit like a bit of a stronger force, and now it's going to be a little bit more difficult to actually pick away at these roaches. We do need to respect this a lot more, and there we go. We do force the lift for the time being. But Cure making great use of his mobility here. Roaches have a hard time keeping up. We even get into the mineral line.
Yeah, it's just no anti-air yet other than the Queens, so Cure having a much easier time bouncing back and forth with his medevacs, with his drops. You mentioned it earlier that now we have a stronger count of roaches, but we're not quite at critical mass yet. And I think that is important to take note of, because Cure has not been neglecting his own tank count. In fact, he's getting a 2nd in the factory right now.
Yeah, double gases or gases at the 3rd base getting underway. Factory production well underway as well. We can see that Raynor is not going for a big roach timing. Hydrogen is done. Hive is on the way, and we're working towards Lurker Tech. Well, sorry, Hive is already done at this point. Viper's on the way. Lurker Tech on the horizon as well. So Raynor rushing in towards Lurkers can work a little bit better here, but he's not quite there yet, as he does have a lot of supply invested in these roaches. Oh!
Yeah, a little bit inefficient use of supply. Nice cancel on this 5th base here from Cure. Once again, the Hydras just aren't out yet, so Cure having a much easier time. I would say containing Raynor, but it's still a 4-base Zerg, and one of those 4 bases has a rich Vespene gas. Raynor already has the Lurker Den up and running. I believe he has a Hive.
Yeah. He's got the Hive.
Yeah, he has a Hive, so
he's got Vipers.
Vipers are going to be on the... He's got Vipers already, yo. Yeah, he does.
he's got 2 Vipers that gathering energy as we speak. Tanks getting in position. This is a brutal position though behind the mineral line, but we do yoink one of those tanks. We make a 2nd tank as well.
And that's actually about half of the tank count here for Cure. So on pretty low supply, or at the very least, he wasn't able to get all of his tanks in position on time. Raynor sieges up this ramp, burrows up this ramp. Really prevents Cure from going forward, at least in that location.
Yeah, not a bad start here for Cure. I mean, Raynor does join another one of those tanks. Oh, the lift as well. We barely do save one, but the other is going to be focused now. We're down to 2 tanks remaining, but we do deny that base once again. I believe that was a kill, not a cancel this time on the hatchery, and Cure's pushing in.
Was in fact a kill. Cure's starting to push in, but he doesn't really have a lot of tanks. He mostly just has Marines and Reapers. So if Raynor is quick enough to, I was gonna say if Raynor is quick enough to reburrow, then he should be fine.
Okay, he's quick enough to respond, thankfully. Meanwhile, these lurkers, they do burrow in. The concave, is it going to be good enough? It is. We do force back those lurkers. Barely, we do focus 2 of them down.
Wow. I was wondering why Cure didn't just commit to the Doom drop, but I guess that is why. He just wanted to draw the roaches out of position to have a much easier time fighting the lurkers.
Yeah, and now we just can go to town on these roaches. Roaches going down one after the other. The tanks are sitting up behind this as well. A much more efficient fight here for Cure. Raynor overextending.
Yeah, we're extending a bit too much. Down to only 3 lurkers. And I mean, Cure's army isn't looking too huge either, but we have the Vikings. We no longer can rely on the Vipers to yoink the tanks.
Yeah, but it looks like we are running out of steam. The miles, they take down the Medivacs as well. Very valuable miles there. We have a couple of shots going off. We have reinforcements on the way. Cure is going to pull back there. He has to let up. He was unable to break Raynor. He was close, but Raynor barely holds on with his reinforcements.
He barely held on, but holding on is holding on.
True.
That's all you really need to do. You just need to live.
You just need to hold on. True, I mean, oh my god, it's the whole position might go as well.
Whole position.
Oh my god.
I was worried for a second there for Raynor, but he does activate it in time. We'll be able to pretty much wipe out that Marine count. I mean, look at the army supply difference. Yes, it's a little bit inefficient here for Raynor because he does still have a lot of roaches, but he's still ahead, like 50 supply.
Yeah, and he's got bottom right. Like, if he was still in 4 bases, I would give the edge to Cure, because then it's 4 base versus 4 base. But Raynor, he snuck out this base on the right-hand side, and it's so difficult to really punish that base. Viper comes in, yoinks 2 more tanks. 2 more tanks go down for free. The Viper barely escapes.
The Vikings want it so bad. There's no Hydras. But, like you said, it will just barely escape. Nidus in the main.
Yeah, oh, no. Big reaction here. Big reaction out of Cure is pulling all the way back here towards the 3rd base. Trying to keep up with the army. Meanwhile, the Nidus looks like it will finish.
Just in time. Cure, he didn't have the tank siege up at the correct moment, and now he's going to be losing a lot of production. He will clean out the roaches, but Raynor wanted to lose him. GG is called. Raynor taking game number 1.
GG, well played. Raynor going for the kill move, going for the Nidus into the main base, came to the production. That was it. There was nothing left for Cure, but that was a very close and very tense game. Very back and forth there, as Cure was finding some good, he was able to get some good trades, but Raynor barely survived the onslaught of Cure.
Just barely, but that's all you really need, right? When your Terran opponent is that committed, that dedicated to attacking, and really needs to kill you with that push. All you need to do is survive, and honestly, Cure didn't look too bad in that push. I mean, I was looking at it and I was thinking, why can't I fight lurkers like this, man? Why can't I get concaves like this? Why can't I do that? But yeah, Cure was training very well, but not well enough to really make up for the sheer production and economy that Raynor had.
Yeah, I mean, part of it was also the map as well, right? Like, Cure, because of his pushes, he was denying the 5th, if you remember. He was denying that 5th base location over and over again. But Raynor was expanding elsewhere, and because of the map, it's difficult to really punish those fringe bases, right? It's difficult to actually gain a foothold on the other side of the map. So Raynor was able to sneak out additional bases, was able to maintain his economy, and as a result, maintain his production and keep up with Cure. Regardless, that was an amazing game, and I'm hoping we can make it to the ace match. We'll see. The pressure is on the Terran.
Indeed it is. But speaking of pressure, we are now loading in to Oceanborn, which is the name that is given to those who are born underwater. Fun fact. Don't quote me on that. Don't fact check that. Just trust me. LE. LE, of course, standing for late evening, late evening. That's the best time to run. Don't fact check that once again. Anyway, in the top left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top left, we of course have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He's going to be representing Team Liquid, the mayor of Six City, down 0-1 in this best of 3 quarterfinal. Quarterfinal. We have Cure.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Basilisk. It is Rainer. Again, Rainer leading the series 1-0, but that was a very close game one. If you remember, though, we had a similar kind of turn of events against Classic, where Rainer versus Classic had a very close game one, and then game two was much more dominant. You know, Rainer just needed that first game to really warm up and then get into his stride. We'll see if that continues to be the case here. We'll see if Cure can keep up that momentum and exceed it and force that ace match.
Yeah, he needs that appetizer, you know?
He does.
Rainer, just a very momentum-based player, both in a game itself and also in a series overall. Once he starts rolling, he does not stop. He just keeps rolling.
That's why they call him the Bull.
Yeah. Don't fact check that.
they call him that. I know a guy that calls him that. It's true.
Yeah.
Bang Teisu.
Yeah, exactly.
As already the Reaper popping up, by the way, we kind of glossed over, but 2 drones going down to the first Reaper. That is more than whatever should have happened here. Even a Ling as well. Oh my god.
That's a lot of damage. Almost makes up for the fact that Rainer will be getting this first tumor.
Does get away with the tumor, true, but was that really worth the cost of 2 drones in the Ling? Probably. As he's at least able to keep that alive, but again, a very strong start for Cure. For those that are curious, typically here in the early game, the Reaper maybe gets a Ling or 2, but that's it. It's like, we should not be getting a drone, let alone 2.
Yeah, already a little bit of disruption here on Rainer's economy. Doesn't seem like the biggest of deals, you know, only 2 workers, even this early on, but it really does, when you're working with limited larvae in the early game, it really does impact. You don't want to be remaking them when you would much rather be getting a couple more Lings out or getting Overlords out.
Yeah, definitely. It does disrupt your opener, it does disrupt your build. Meanwhile, the Rax is going to be floating over to shut down the Overlord. What exactly are we hiding? It's going to be a 3cc build. We're getting into our tech lab manually on the starport. No fusion core going into Banshees, but a very interesting opener here from Cure.
I'm waiting for the armory now.
I am as well.
Yeah, it's not often that you see a barracks float this far forward to take out an Overlord. I feel like Cure, this can't just be a mind game.
I mean, it could be, right? Like, just like how you and me are being like, yo, it's gonna be an armory, right? It's gonna be like a Hellbat push or like mech or something. And I'm sure Rainer's thinking that as well. Really, Cure, he just floats back. We throw down additional Raxes. We add-on switch out of the reactor for the factories so no additional Hellions. It's just a bio follow-up.
Just bio follow-up, and we do have roaches coming out from Rainer. Very early roach warren from him to try to apply pressure on Cure. This is actually very dedicated. 8 roaches, but we already have the Banshee. You're safe.
There you go. Banshee has arrived. Rainer forced to turn back around. 1 roach going to be going down, and a nice pickup here. And again, Rainer, I'm sure, was not expecting a Banshee as a follow-up after seeing that kind of opener, but that will force him back, and that means that all the resources spent on these roaches was kind of a waste as they're going to be pinned back home.
Yeah. It might be useful later down the line, but you don't want to be relying on later when you were planning to deal damage now.
Yeah, exactly. As we do see Raynor joining up, getting a getting a fourth base here on the left-hand side. Still not quite investing into too many gases yet, but this looks very similar to the previous game. You know, getting into a Roach-heavy style initially, and then potentially later on down the line into Hydra Lurk.
Viper. Hive. Wait, no. I don't know why my brain just went, yeah, I need to complete that sentence.
You're like, well, if someone says Hydra Lurker, you gotta say the Viper at the end. True. You have to.
And then you have to throw in one more unit after that because just for rhythm.
Okay.
Hydra Lurker, Viper.
You don't make the law, you just enforce it.
Exactly.
Have you seen Judge Dredd?
I judge you. I saw the remake that they made.
Did you watch the original?
Steel made me watch it. I didn't see the original, but I have seen that one clip that goes viral every now and then. It just does the rounds.
What's the? I haven't seen it. What's the clip?
It's one that goes, "You betrayed the law." Law.
Does he say that? Does he say that the law?
I betrayed this.
Okay. Beautiful, beautiful. I recommend it. It's very different though. It's very different. I love the remake. The remake's actually really good. But tonally the original or the first movie is very different. It's very different. It's a lot more
a little I don't want to say silly, but
yeah, it is
a little more camp.
Yeah, it is more camp.
From what I heard.
100%.
I feel like I'd like it.
You'd like
the remake a lot.
You'd like it, yeah. But we are settling in. Okay, Cure back at home, just working towards his fourth base, building up his bio army. Drop play has finally commenced. We have a double hit towards the left hand side. Once again, catching roaches. This time, there are more of those, so it's going to cost Cure a couple more Marines, but he does manage to catch a couple of roaches nonetheless.
Yeah, the target firing is looking pretty good, but he will be losing one medevac worth of Marines. Traded very well against roaches once again, though, so was it worth it? Hard to say.
Yeah, that was actually a 1-to-1 trade. That was 9 Marines for 9 roaches, which I would say is better for Cure, right? Trading minerals for gas is always a good thing, and he's immediately reinforcing with more Marines, with now tanks.
Yeah, I was gonna like dispute you for a second, be like, well, it was better for Cure, but was it worth it? But now looking at the follow-up push, oh yeah, it was 100% worth it.
And here we go, the tanks are sieging up Lings. They dive on top of the Marines. So far, Single Beam do force a siege. Roaches, they collapse on top of the tanks as well. The Marines, they try to unload, but the tanks are going down.
Yeah, unfortunately for Cure, this was a very potent army, but this just wasn't a good angle of attack for him. Tanks do chip away at the roaches, but it seems like there just wasn't enough to clean that up.
Yeah, they're just...
Raynor, with a full concave, will defend.
There just wasn't enough support for those tanks, and with that was actually a big loss for Cure. That was how many? That was 3 tanks going down. That is going to weaken the follow-up push. That does give Raynor more breathing room. Drop into the main base, going to try and find some damage. The Hive is already done. Vipers are already on the way.
And we could just end up seeing a repeat of game number 1 here, where Raynor, he has been contained a little bit, but now he's up to 5 bases. He's reached the end game economy with 96 drones. Cure gonna be scrambling quite a lot more to try to get his own economy up and running to try to out-tech Raynor, which is gonna be tough as Raynor just throws down that Ultra Cavern.
Yeah, we have the Ultra Cavern on the way. Interesting that we're not going Lurker this time, so no Hydras, no Lurkers, just Roach, Ravager, Viper into those Ultras instead. Those melee upgrades, of course, on the way, and Cure is having a hard time keeping up with this. Again, has not been as successful with these drops, has been able to do as much damage as it did in game 1. Oh!
And that's supposed to cancel on the 6, which is something.
It does force to cancel, clearing up some creep here in the center of the map as well, but he still needs to be more active. He's looking for drone damage. We have 93 workers here for Raynor. So far, Raynor is sustaining himself, and Cure trying to pull him apart, stimming on forward, but Raynor, he's here at every turn, is able to keep up.
Yeah, Cure is trying to pull Raynor apart, but Cure's just getting pushed back.
Is getting forced back. I mean, he is able to deny these fringe bases time and time again, which is good, but Raynor is still maxed out, and Raynor still is building up that bank. He there's not necessarily a rush to get into these bases as Reynor is still double expanding.
Oh yeah. Double expanding, just making sure that he gets every base he can at this point. Gather up as big of a bank as possible, just deny Cure access to these bases. And also get a bunch of larvae. It's going to be absolutely key as both armies are maxed out, and when that big engagement does happen, Reynor absolutely... His advantage, ideally, is that he'll be able to remax so much quicker with all of this larva.
Yeah, and Cure, he's transitioning into a more slower composition. He's going for more tanks. Ghost production has commenced for Cure, has the Vikings as well to help zone away those Vipers. But the rocks are being knocked down, and Reynor is getting ready to deny this CC. Cure in the midst of taking a 5th base, and it's on Reynor to try and deny that 5th.
Question. Is this too many Vikings?
Against 2 Vipers, I think so. Maybe a little, maybe, but here we go with that in.
Yeah, we are starting to dive in. Decent split here, pre-split here from Cure, but there's just so much Zerg. Vipers are able to come in, are able to get some parabombs out, but I think Cure has been able to take them out. Marines, a lot of Marines still survive, so Cure will be able to push this back, but he's lost his tanks. And
Yeah,
that's always scary.
It was a nice spread there from Cure. He did avoid most of those Banelings. The Marines are getting a bit out of hand. There are no Banelings left, by the way, against Pure Ling. This Bio Army can trade well.
That it can, and it is. It can, and it is.
Yes, so many Lings trickling in. They're going down one after the other. Snipe on the Ravager. There's 2 Ravagers left. Baileys are trickling in as well, but we hold the line, and Cure, he's breaking through.
They actually detonate on these ghosts, which surprisingly enough are not light units. So they trade very inefficiently. Ultras are out. We do still have the ghosts alive. Liberator will go down, however. We have Marauders though, and the Ultras will melt after the initial snipe.
Yeah, the snipes are brutal. We have 2 Ultras coming in, but the Ultras, they need support as they can and will get sniped down. The Ultras are falling. They get a couple of swipes in. Not too bad. They bring down the tank. Lings are trickling in as well. It looks like with the help of these Ultras, can we barely hold on? You can see the Cure is overstimmed.
Very badly overstimmed. As a matter of fact, barely have any energy left on them. Secure. He is forced back, and he doesn't deal any economic damage. He, once again, traded decently well. But decent's not going to cut it when your Zerg opponent has more bases than I can count. At a glance, I can't count that high. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You know, it's a
7 bases.
It's okay, accuracy. We don't know either. It's fine. It's okay. But he was so close. He was so close to breaking this base, to breaking the economy of Reynor. But alas, he holds on just barely. Ultras are diving in. Blinding Cloud here on top of the tanks, and look at how many Ultras there are. Oh my god, so many Ultras.
Too many Ultras. As Cure, I mean, he's got Marauders, he's got Ghosts.
He does, and he's able to split against an individual amount of Ultras like this, but the 5th base goes down. The 4th base is under fire as well. Ultras getting into the mineral lines. SCVs are falling, and we are looking to deny the economy here of Cure as he barely has any mining left.
Looking to and will. Base goes down, and so do the orbital commands. Cure, every unit he loses hurts him so much more than whatever Reynor can lose. GG is called, and Reynor going to be taking that series 2-0. Whew, nicely done. I don't think I was breathing at all in the last few minutes of that game, because that was absolutely very, very close towards the end there. Reynor, much like we saw against the series against Classic, game number 1 was a little bit more back and forth. Game number 2, he absolutely looked in control. There was one counter attack right towards the end there from Cure, which really looked like it had a lot of momentum behind it. I really for a second thought, oh no, is this where Reynor, is this the beginning of the comeback coming out from Cure? But Reynor had been in charge throughout the entirety of that game, had such a strong economy up until that point that, sure, he was losing his Lings, he was losing his Roaches, but he had more than enough resources, more than enough larvae, more than enough minerals and gas to remax and to get himself back in the driver's seat. GG.
GG, well played. I mean, as you mentioned, it was both game 1 and game 2 where Cure had his moments, right? He had these big moments and these big chances, these big fights where he barely did not kill Raynor. He was so close. Like, for this final fight, for example, like, if he had maybe sniped a little bit sooner, if he was able to avoid some of those ultra swipes as well when it came to his initial push, then maybe he's able to get on top of the base and snowball out of control from there. It was a very clutch defense out of Raynor. It was not an easy game. On paper, it was a 2-0, but just like that series against Classic, it was not an easy one here, but a well-fought series, and congratulations to Raynor. He makes it to the semifinals.
Yeah, where he already has an opponent waiting for him. We have confirmation now. Our finals will be a PVZ, as Solar has taken out Byun 2-0 and is now going to be facing Raynor in the upper semifinals. Meanwhile, in the lower bracket, looks like Nightmare did take out Firefly 2-0. We'll be facing Hero.
Here we go. It is going to be Firefly versus Hero in the lower semifinals to determine which Protoss player makes it into the grand finals. Meanwhile, my condolences to Terran fans. Byun has fallen, Gumiho has fallen, Oliveira has fallen, and now Cure has fallen as well. There will not be a Terran player in the semis.
I don't think I'm allowed to go further than that for copyright reasons.
Yeah, like,
but
I don't want the VOD to be muted. I understand.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunate day here for our Terran players. Unfortunate bracket for a lot of them. Oliveira getting one of the best PvT players right off the bat. Gumiho going down early to a bit of a quirkier Protoss player as well, I should say. Cure and Byun put up a pretty hard fight against their opponents, from what I can gather, but that wasn't quite enough. Zerg and Protoss. I was gonna say Zerg and Protoss having a pretty good day, but yeah, the Zerg players, or the Protoss players, I should say, did end up facing each other pretty early on, so did end up knocking each other out. So
yeah, that they did, and we just got another update as well. Fun fact, we have our first finalist already. That PvP must have been a fast one, but Hero versus Nightmare has concluded, and Hero did bring down Nightmare 2-0. Hero is our first player in the grand finals, and is waiting for the winner of this series.
Hero took out Nightmare?
Yeah.
Okay, the bracket's saying something different.
Oh, okay.
I'll refresh it earlier on, because obviously yeah, Hero probably is favored against Nightmare, or is the favorite player in general. But I would be surprised. I'm surprised at a 2-0. You know, it is Nightmare we're talking about. He has for a very long time been known for his PvP, so I would have at least expected that to go to the ace match.
Yeah, I think it was inputted on the ESL bracket incorrectly by accident, but we'll clear that up. We'll clear that up once we get ready.
We'll get confirmation.
Yeah.
Yeah. Regardless, still gonna be a PvZ anyway, so strap yourselves in as we could get into our semifinals here on Oceanborn. Oceanborn, of course, a title bestowed to Daenerys, I think? No, that's Stormborn. Oceanborn is a title bestowed to those born in the sea. SpongeBob, I guess. Yeah, SpongeBob. He's Oceanborn, technically. Ellie, of course, standing for Lemony Essence. Lemony Essence. That was, my mind was going there. So yeah, that was where my mind was going. But I remember, no, Snicket is
a series of unfortunate events. Is that what's happening right now?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a story of my life.
True.
It's my biography. Anyway, yeah, Lemony Essence, which is the essence of lemon, the Taiwanese player. Anyway, on Oceanborn, bottom right-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom right-hand corner, we of course have our red Zerg player coming out from the land of Korea. He's going to be representing Team Vitality, the only Vital player coming up, popping out tonight. in today's bracket. He is the brightest of the pro gamers. We have the Serral Slayer, Solar.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Rainer. Rainer historically has been struggling in these ESL Open Cup Asias in his time in Korea, but today he has been on fire. He took down Classic, he took down Cure. This has not been an easy run for Rainer. Likewise, his next opponent is not an easy one either, but Rainer, he's got momentum on his side.
Indeed, he does. Solar has been known in the past couple of years for having some of the absolute best ZVZ in the world. And he's known for being one of the best Zerg players in general, and especially in, I want to say 2023, he has leveled up a lot, but specifically his ZVZ has been looking terrifying.
Oh yeah,
was the first player to, was the first player in a very, 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 very long time to be able to sweep Serral in a best of 5 series, and then continued on after that, just in general taking it to a lot of other Zerg players who on paper would be about even or even favored against him. Players like Dark, players like Rainer himself, players like I guess Dark and Rainer are the main ones.
Yeah, definitely. Like Solar, he had his era, right? He had a period in time where he was the best in ZVZ. Since then, the meta has evolved a little bit, has shifted. Players have improved, players have taken note of Solar's style, and now it's a little bit more ambiguous as of that. But again, Solar definitely has it in him to take it to any Zerg player out there in the world, including Serral. But for now, we're getting into a standard opener. It's going to be a hatch gas pull into a third base, into Baneling Nest and a Roach Warren from both sides. No one is rushing to early Ling Bane aggression, and no one is rushing into a hidden Roach Warren into like +1 carapace into an all-in. Everything so far is looking pretty viable.
I remember that game.
Yeah.
I remember the game from Rogue, also on Oceanborn. Or was it Oceanborn or was it Side Delta? Anyway, yeah, we saw a lot of Roach pushes on Oceanborn over that weekend, last weekend.
Yeah, Rogue was hyper aggressive there and pulled off some crazy upsets, defeating Solar actually at DreamHack multiple times.
Knocking him out of the knockout stage.
Yeah, knocking him out of the early rounds, which is crazy. We don't have to dwell on it too much, but Solar was at DreamHack Dallas, but unfortunately did not make it into kind of the later stages of the tournament, which is a bit of a shame just because of how good Solar is. Yeah.
Definitely feels like we weren't really able to see Solar's full potential there, but that's why our eyes are on him now. Rainer being a bit more aggressive with that early Ling Bane push, but Rainer, or Solar, my tongue. Why did the names it gotta be so similar? Anyway, Rainer will be deflected as Solar is able to split, and that's another tongue twister. Solar will be able to split his Lings.
I mean, I don't blame you for that tongue twister, just because that was a Serral defense, by the way. Like Solar, he handled that situation so well. His roaches got surrounded, the Banelings was zoning the Lings away as well. Like things were looking a little bit tired there, but Solar, he handled it like a champ. He just completely shut it down, did defend. We do see the fake out. Rainer was ready for an all-in. He threw down Spine Coolers, does force the cancel as Solar has been droning, and Solar does take a slight worker lead.
Like so. Rainer, obviously, as you pointed out, did catch on, however. Will be able to get back into his groove, but will be a little bit behind.
Yeah, only slightly here, as Solar looking to kick things off with Overlord speed. You can see Pneumatized Carapace about to finish up. Jumper Lords are on the way, and we're going to be going for Jumper Lord harass here across the map with some Banelings, with some Roaches. Solar looking to take the fight, now to Rainer.
Yep. Not sure why I expected any different from Solar here on Oceanborn. Just feels like it has been prophesized, right? Every single time we cast Solar on Oceanborn, whether it's a ZVZ or a ZVP, he really does like go in for his Drop a Lord pushes.
Speaking of, though, Drop Lord's also on the way for Raynor. Only the one for Raynor, and Solar has mixed it up. We do have a Drop Lord with Banelings on the left-hand side, and a Drop Lord with Roaches on the right. So we have 2 drops moving out. Meanwhile, this scout from Solar does confirm the Drop Lord of Raynor, so Solar is aware. Raynor a little bit more in the dark as to the movement here of Solar's army.
And now, how are we gonna adapt this for Solar? This little Soul Metro, shall we call it?
Yeah, we'll see how he does adapt as the Roaches are being knocking down the rocks on the right hand side. Going to be distracting Raynor. Meanwhile, the drops have been scattered, and so far Raynor is keeping up. Very nice reaction so far. The Queens do get eyes on the Dropper Lords.
Yeah, and he is forcing Solar back a little bit, especially with that little drop earlier on. Nice little snipe here on that Baneling.
Yeah, but Roaches, they do slip into the natural waste. At the same time, Roaches into the main, but Raynor is in position. Raynor does defend. At the same time, Solar does lose a queen, but no major worker losses. Up, he's going in.
Yeah, gonna be able to clean that up. He is trying to go in. He's not gonna unload. Unload Banelings. There we go.
Yeah, they're the Banelings. They do waddle in towards that main base, and they do manage to get a couple of workers. Oh, only 2 drones go down. That could have been so much worse.
That was really good body blocking from Raynor. That kind of forces that little premature explosion on the Banelings. Meanwhile, over in the middle of the map, we do have a few skirmishes. Drop Lord's no longer in play, but we still have a lot of Roaches. And we still have 2 aggressive Zerg players who want to make use of them.
Exactly, as Solar did have a bit of a slightly better concave on the low ground. They're able to pick away at those Roaches. Meanwhile, that Drop Lord is still active. Only 2 Roaches on the right-hand side, but they do manage to deny at least a Spore Crawler. Again, just applying a bit of pressure here, and it looks like we do get to kill the Spore Crawler, but at the cost of both Roaches.
Yeah, not too bad. A little bit of a wash. Meanwhile, we do see that... I was gonna say Raynor's gonna be the first player to tech up because I see that infestation pit, but actually Solar is now working on his hive, so
yeah, the hive.
Solar actually much quicker.
Yeah, Solar hive is on the way. Hydrogen's on the way as well. We're getting ready for Lurker Tech. We're not there yet, but we are working towards it as the Roach v Roach is at a standstill. We do see Solar trying to force his way up the ramp, but he's pushing into a concave.
He knows he can't quite break this. He doesn't need to break it, though, to buy himself enough time.
As again, Solar not
get to the next stage.
And not trading too badly. You can see Hydra production has commenced of Solar. Lurker Den is on the way. Soon to be Lurker upgrades as well. Solar just has to be very careful not to take a bad fight. If he takes a bad fight, then suddenly it triggers a counterattack, and then Solar gets caught with his pants down, and Solar's Lurkers are not ready yet.
No, they're not. They're not even in production yet, as the Lurker Den still about to finish up here.
Still on the way. Again, you can see Solar staying on a low Ravager count here to bank up that gas. Ooh, does take some vials to the face here. Does beat out a couple of those Roaches, and that's what we have to be careful of. Ooh. Oh.
Yeah, like so. We were talking about triggering the counterattack, and that counterattack has been triggered. Raynor sees a bit of an opening, and he wants to utilize this momentum. It's unlikely that he's going to be able to break Solar here, but at the very least, he should be able to contain him. If he finds an opening, he might be able to deal a lot of damage as well.
I mean, he sees the Hydras, right? Like, that's a big tell. He knows that, okay, Lurkers are on the way. He can see an opening. He wants to try to break through. For now, he is unable to. At the same time, Burrowed Tunneling Claw Roaches getting across the map, slipping into the main base. Solar being very active with his army. Does force Raynor back and will unburrow.
Like so, will unburrow. It's only 3 Roaches, but 3 Roaches still going am here. Yeah. Taking out 6 drones. This is, I mean, just look at that worker difference.
Yeah, Solar with a massive worker lead does take some bombs to the face. Oh my god, a lot of vials do connect, but the Lurker Gen is done. Lurker upgrades are on the way, and we have our first Lurkers in production for Solar.
Indeed, we do. Solar already had these Hydras waiting. Just needed to clean up some supply to turn them into Lurkers.
Yeah, the Lurkers have arrived. You can see that Raynor's being forced back. Raynor trying to get into his own Lurker tech. He isn't there yet. It does have Vipers on the way. The Vipers will help against the Lurkers as you kind of course, abduct and yoink them, just yoink them out of the ground. You can focus them down one after the other, but the army does push forward, and ooh, Raynor has to be very careful to be caught out of position. Oh, the surround!
Like so, but they, oh, yes! The surround is coming in from every single angle. Solar tries to burrow, but we have detection with these overseers. Solar realizes that, forced to unburrow, forced to back away. He's got a long way home, though. A long way to get home.
Yeah, Solar, he gets caught with his pants down there. How many lurkers was that? That was 4 lurkers going down. Doesn't sound like a lot, but we only had 5 to begin with, so we're down to a single lurker left. Again, Solar just being a little bit too aggressive there, gets punished for it.
And just like that, everything swinging towards Rainer's favor.
Yeah, Rainer.
He's got the momentum in this game. Worker counts are about even. He has been able to bounce back, or at least deal enough damage to Solar to be able to force himself back.
As we can see, Solar trying to deny this center base. Again, he knows that the pressure is on him. Bile's not quite going to be connecting. Vipers coming in from the right-hand side, ready for a blinding cloud if we ever do need it. So far, Rainer's holding on. Likewise, the second army moving up, but we have lurkers in position.
And already one volley going to be shaving off a decent number of roaches here. Solar trying to force the aggro.
Up. Yeah, trying to force that aggro, trying to force those spine shots. And so far, better trades for Solar. Army's diving in. Bile's going to be thrown down. No connections here so far as Solar actually rotates over towards the right-hand side instead. And that lurker count, it's getting higher and higher for Solar.
And scarily high, as Rainer is still trying to get Hydras, trying to get to that stage. He has the Viper advantage, but Vipers can only do so much here when your opponent has this many lurkers. And
Yeah.
also a handful of Vipers of his own.
Yeah, the yoinks are real. We yoink the Vipers when we focus it down. Blinding Cloud is going to be thrown down, forcing back Solar, but Solar has that talent. Rainer does not, and Solar's getting ready for his own concave.
Yeah, he wants his revenge. He wants to give Rainer a bit of a taste of his own medicine, but he doesn't quite have the supply for it, so instead he has to back off.
And he does pull back more lurkers in production. The active talent's now starting up here for Rainer. That's going to be a big upgrade that's going to allow him to be a little bit more aggressive with those lurkers. Biles will be connecting on some of those roaches, and yeah, we just cannot push into these lurker lines. Will not happen. Instead, Rainer distracting Solar, going for a counterattack.
Like so. That's too many Vipers?
That's not enough.
Yeah, oh, I see.
I mean, look at this. We throw down the Blinding Clouds. We catch every single lurker. We have it. Blinding Clouds, but we have energy to spare. At the same time, though, Rainer coming in from behind, trying to wedge himself in towards these bases and even catch some of the Hydras.
Trying to, anyway. It's quite able to get him. Once again, Solar trying to force an engagement, and we'll get a couple of Biles to the face.
Biles do connect, but Solar has gained ground. He's pushing on the right-hand side. Now it's going to be Rainer on the defense. And how many lurkers does Rainer have? He has 0 lurkers.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
But you know what? He has more Vipers
He does.
than Solar, so...
He does.
He does? I can count.
There you go. We have 6 Vipers versus the 4 of Solar. With that, we can go for counter abductions and counter blinding clouds. We'll see how this goes as Solar is pushing through the center. Catches the Vipers, no! The yoinks!
Oh, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter that Rainer had more Vipers if they just get yoinked like that.
Yeah, but at the same time, they blinding cloud the Hydras. The Vipers did barely escape thanks to the blinding clouds, but that forced the energy. That forced the spell to be used, canceling the base here on the right-hand side. Roaches are posing a threat. Solar does back off. Whew, and we do see Rainer taking this opportunity here to actually push towards the left-hand side.
Yeah, gonna walk right into spine crawlers, and a lurker though will be able to take him out. Should be able to break this position, but now he's starting to get a little bit too entrenched, and Solar is here to meet him.
Ooh, big abductions here. The Vipers, they shut down the lurkers. Very big trade here for Rainer. At the same time, though, does lose the base. Base going to be going down. Likewise here, another hatchery going to be falling. Rainer taking down 2 hatcheries for the cost of 1.
Yeah, trading a lot better here. Solar also a little bit slow on the burrow. That hatchery will survive, but will get very badly bruised, and Solar going to be losing a handful of workers. I'm honestly surprised at just how even the worker counts have been for the past 10 minutes or so.
It's very tense. It's still very tense, very close between these two players. I still favor Solar just because of his army composition, but Raynor is finally making lurkers. There we go. 8 lurkers on the way, and Raynor has been preserving these Vipers. They are low on energy, but low on HP, but they do get transfused.
Yeah, low on HP, high on energy. Just the way I like them.
There he goes. We have the counter yoinks coming in. The Solar bleeding out some of these Vipers. We do get the power bomb. But nice splits out of Raynor. At the same time, Raynor's trying to push in, but pushes into lurkers. Ooh, is punished.
And we'll be taking a lot of volleys on that Hydra army. We'll force another cancel. Raynor stuck on 4 bases for a very, very long time on this game. He's about to mine out. Okay, he's got a fresh base over here.
Yes.
But other than that, is about to mine out.
His 4th is still healthy, but as you mentioned, his 3rd base running out of mineral patches here, running out of minerals at the natural as well. The pressure is on Raynor. We do yoink in some of those Vipers. Oh my god.
We do see 2 Vipers yoinking each other for a split second there. Blinding Cloud going to be saving Solar's life.
Yeah, just Viper on Viper violence here. The yoinks on yoinks. Oh, you hate to see it. As we do see Raynor pulling behind. You can see here, he's broke. You mentioned it before. Because we lost his space, Raynor, he just cannot remax anywhere near as fast. The Blinding Clouds.
No, he cannot, but he might be able to take a fight. Yeah, huge Blinding Clouds, but huge Blinding Clouds on Raynor's army as well. In the end, both players trade somewhat evenly in that fight, and that will always favor Solar.
Exactly. Solar is remax. Solar has a 5th base. I mentioned before that Raynor was hoping to snipe 2 bases. He only got the 1. He was so close to sniping this base on the right-hand side that would have been the world of difference. But alas, it did survive in the end. And with that, Solar has momentum on his side. He's pushing out once again and going for those yoinks. Oh.
Yeah, going for those yoinks.
Yeah, misclicks gets a Hydra. Does misclick there for a moment, but anyway, pulling back, we're regathering energy as the Vipers are quite low on energy, and this will give Raynor a little bit of breathing room here as Solar resettles.
Yeah, indeed he will, as Raynor just trying to find some openings. He knows he needs to deal some damage here and there. And he's finding a couple of kinks in Solar's armor, but Solar's just so quick to plug those holes.
Yeah, you can see Solar reinforced on the left-hand side with those Vipers. We have the Lurkers here on the right. Talking about Raynor, Raynor has 0 Vipers. 0 Vipers now to be concerned about. Without Vipers, we can't really threaten the army of Solar. We can just abduct for days as we do get some massive spine shots. Oh my god.
A couple of massive spine shots. Blinding Cloud's going to save this army's life, but not before a lot of lurkers take damage and a lot of Hydras go down. Ooh.
Yeah, I was waiting for some
Not
parables.
where you want to.
Yeah, I was waiting for some parables. The last day did not occur. We do yoink in. Vipers going down here for Solar. He has to be very careful as Raynor does have the high ground. Raynor, he is slowly catching up in terms of supply. He can still outposition Solar, and Solar, he's diving in.
Yeah, Parabomb's going to be completely neutralizing these lurkers, and they will all go down. These are, I believe, the last lurkers that Raynor has, as he's just spent his entire mineral bank on roaches.
Yeah, he has spent his bank here. We have roaches on the way, but it looks like this final army is going to be cleaned up. Solar does hold on. And the problem here, the supplies are similar to each other, but as you mentioned, Raynor has mainly roaches. He did retain all 4 of those Vipers. They are regathering energy as we speak. But, oh, and we do snipe the base.
Oh, it's going to be the beginning. Beginning of a comeback, potentially. Unfortunately, Solar... Unfortunately, Solar has the 6th base, but Raynor does scout it, and his army is not in position to defend it from Solar.
Yeah, damage is going to be done. We could end up sniping this hatchery, at least getting it low. Meanwhile, Raynor long distance mining, desperately trying to get this base up and running towards the left-hand side as well, as the hatchery is...
The base?
Oh, it's so close! Up! He's going for it!
Come on, just 2 more volleys!
Ah!
1 more volley!
Oh my god!
We'll get it!
Ah.
With that final roach of its dying breath.
Oh my god. And with that Solar, he gets knocked down to 4 bases, the same base count as Raynor. Vipers are coming in, and depending on the Viper control, we could make a fight out of this. Oh.
So many parabombs, The splits are much better here for Raynor. Solar!
Yes,
You gotta be careful, buddy!
Yeah, Solar bleeding out one of those Vipers. The others are getting very low, but Solar, that's a kill. That's a kill on the hatchery. He denies the 5th base. GG gets called. That's all that matters, and Solar takes game number 1. Whew.
GG. That was a 21-minute ZVZ. We don't see ZVZs go on for that long. That was, I think, one of the slower pace ZVZs that I've ever casted, but still tense nonetheless. I mean, because it was slower, I think it was even more tense.
It was a slower start, right? The start was a little bit more slower to really get things going, but once our players got up to 4 bases, like, it was just non-stop aggression, non-stop maneuvering of roaches and hydras and lurkers and vipers, the ebb and flow of the armies, and it was just a very tense game overall. It did come down to Raynor starving out though. Raynor desperately needed a 5th base, and Solo was there to shut it down time and time again, and Raynor was barely not able to do the same. By the time he killed the 5th base of Solar, it was a little bit too late, and Solo was able to just out-trade Raynor, or even at times not even out-trade him, but just have the better economy to sustain some even worse trades.
Yeah. Exactly. Oh boy. Whew. Could have said it better myself. That was. I'm still gotta catch my breath a little bit here. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time. But yeah, Solar, he was in control for the most part, as you pointed out. After he got his lurkers out faster, after he was able to secure his economy quicker, but I really truly believed in Raynor a lot of times in that game. I really believed in the control. He had much better Viper control for the most part.
Yeah.
But wasn't better enough. Wasn't able to trade better enough to make up for the fact that Solar just had a massive economy.
Mm-hmm.
But regardless, we're going to be continuing our series now on Site Delta. Site Delta, which sounds like a GeoSeeker forum from 2006, or the name of GeoSeeker forum, potentially, or maybe not. If it's a very mid 2000s sounding name, with the Delta coming in there and the Site, coming in there. That's what I'm trying to get at. Seal come out with something for this map. Anyway, LE of course standing for long expansion. That describes Raynor in that previous game.
Excuse
me. Very long to extend. Anyway, here we are in the bottom right hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom right. We have our red Zerg player coming out from the land of Korea. He of course is going to be representing his team, Team Vitality, also repping a Serral portrait, except I believe he's using a 2022 champion Serral. We have Solar.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Team Basilisk. Down in this series, looking to bounce back and force the ace match. It is Raynor. Okay, when you say Site Delta, I think either maybe an archaeological site, like you're like mining fossils and you're like uncovering like a dino raptor of some kind, like a dino chicken.
The Delta Raptor.
Exactly. Or
the Delta Raptor. I think I said Dino Raptor.
Exactly.
The Delta Raptor is what I meant.
You got it. Or maybe maybe Site Delta could be maybe a crime scene sort of thing, or
yeah, that's what I was thinking, like the site of an explosion.
Yeah. Exactly. Okay.
It's being investigated. Coming down, and then we find out that it's an insurance thing.
Yeah, Solo with a slightly better micro, trading out, getting one ling and escaping with both. Reinforcements have arrived. Not the biggest of deals here, but it is a nice little win for Solar, able to preserve both lings and get the kill. Behind this, it was a hatch gas pull into our third bases. No one is playing 2-base. We didn't get to talk about it, but Site Delta is a little bit more common for 2-base play, but that is not the case here, not between Raynor and Solar.
Not yet, anyway. As once again, I feel like that DreamHack, that Dallas weekend, just kind of put inputted. I don't want to say PTSD into my mind, but Pavlovian gave me like Pavlovian conditioning to whenever I see Zerg on Site Delta, whenever I see Sola specifically on Site Delta on Oceanborn, roaches.
Yeah, PTSD.
Roaches and Lords.
I get behind you on that one. I mean, it is a little bit more common, definitely, but we can see that this game we're playing a little bit more by the book once again into a third base, into a roach war. No one is rushing to a fast upgrade, no one is rushing to fast hidden roaches or a fast lair timing. So far, it's looking quite similar to game number 1.
Yeah, we'll see who is the first player to pull the trigger.
We shall see. As Solar is amassing roaches, we have 6 roaches in production. Solar is cutting workers for the time being, and this looks like the beginnings of a committed push. Looks like the beginnings of an all-in. Link Scout does come in though, and can Rainer get eyes on the roach production? Up.
Does scout the roaches, does scout the gases, or lack thereof. And Rainer should have enough to start piecing things together, getting a bunch of roaches of his own. Working on Banelings as well to see if he can snipe the Lings. Last thing you want in this position is to have your own roaches surrounded, unable to kite back and taken out by your opponent.
Yes, and I believe because we got scattered, we don't commit. Solo, he pulls back and he's been droning. Solo's been droning. He shows the army to the overlords, makes it look like he's going all in, and he did force a big reaction out of Rainer, forced Rainer to make a mass amount of roaches and lings, and now the turns have tabled. Now Solar has the higher worker count, now Rainer has an army, and now Rainer most likely wants to make use of this army. And Solar needs to make sure that he doesn't, you know, like play a game of chicken here and be like, nah, you're bluffing, and then die. Because Rainer, he's not droning. He stopped a while ago.
That he has. Now, you know what? Maybe your Solar scouts this. Rainer will turn around. And I will see a turns table once again, but yeah, for the most part, for now, it looks like Rainer is going to commit to this, and Solar will catch eyes on the move out.
Yes.
We'll be throwing down a spine crawler, we'll be getting roaches, but is it too late?
Yes, Solar's in a
army supply.
Yeah, Solar, he's in trouble right now. He's in a lot of trouble. He did overdrone. He took extra gas. The spine cooler's on the way. The spine will help, but is it going to be enough? As Solar, he has defensive advantage. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. Rainer is going for the kill.
He's jumping right on in. Aliens will get deflected for now. Spine crawler gonna get up and running.
Yeah, Bailey's
going to provide a lot of help.
Yeah, they connect with the Lings. Meanwhile, the Spine Cooler standing strong. We're diving on top of these roaches, but you can see that Solar is running out of roaches. He's running out of supply. Is being forced back, and it looks like Rainer has done it. With these reinforcements, we get a surround on these roaches. Again, as Solar, he overdrone. GG gets called, and Rainer ties up the series 1-1.
I was not prepared for this quick of a game after game 1 on Oceanborn. After this fast pace of a roach rush, or not really rush, but you know, roach push timing coming out from both of our players, I'm getting whiplash.
GG, exactly. I mean, Solar kind of created this beast. Again, Solar, he faked his push, which means he forced a reaction out of Rainer, and Rainer committed to that reaction and stopped making workers. He cut workers at 45, committed to Roach Ling, and it was Solar who did overdrone there. He droned up to 52, was taking gases, was not prepared for the all-in of Rainer.
That he was not. And so with that, we're tied up 1-1 in our best of 3 semifinals.
Yeah, we are tied up. One final game here to determine who makes it on into the grand finals, who makes it on to face off against Hero, as Hero has been patiently waiting in those finals. I wonder, have they updated the bracket? I wonder.
They have.
Okay.
They have. Hero is displayed as the finalist, taking out Nightmare 2-0, which again is a bit of a surprise. But we'll see. But we also didn't get our eyes on the games themselves, so I have to imagine they were closer.
Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely. I imagine they were some very close games there, despite the score line does happen. I mean, it happened earlier today with Rainer versus Classic and Rainer versus Cure, where the games themselves were bangers. There were some beautiful games there, beautiful back and forth despite the 2-0s. And now we're diving into the ace match. It all ends on Akiane.
Here we go. best map to end things on.
It all does end here, and this could go either way, to be honest. It could go either way. Who gains the luxury of facing up against Hero?
Is that a luxury? Anyway, can debate that all we want later on the line, because for now, we're going to be loading into Alcione, where a map in which, depending on your perspective, looks either like a frog or a manta ray. Over here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left, we have our red Zerg player coming out from the land of Korea. Oh, I forgot LE. Yes, LE, of course, standing for language extinct. Language extinct. That's
Latin.
English. Latin. Anyway,
English?
here we are.
Singlish?
The bottom. Yeah, exactly. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in the bottom left, we have our red Zerg player, coming out from the land of Korea, going to be representing his team, Team Vitality. And the brightest of the pro gamers, we have Solar.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Basilisk, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Rainer. Here we go. And it does look like a frog.
Yeah.
More than a manta ray.
It does look like a frog, but if you look the other direction, the other diagonal, a bit like a ray. A fat ray.
Yeah.
A very fat manta ray.
Like a
but
thick, like
a very
with
short tail.
capital C's, you know?
Yeah.
Thick ray.
Thick ray. That sounds like a nickname.
It does. But we are settling in, and again, as you mentioned before, we had a bit of a longer back and forth tense game one with, I mean, there was so many layers to that game and so much came into it on Oceanborn. Game two was a little more high octane. It was a little more sudden as well. It was just very intense. Just in and outs. Rainer, he was able to take it in the end. And what do we get here in game three?
So game number one was it was like a game where they were trying to outmaneuver each other. You know, they were constantly thinking one step ahead or trying to think one step ahead of each other. A lot of back and forth, a lot of dodging, a lot of rolling, a lot of blocking. Game number two, no, it was who punches first. Wins.
It's like
game number punch first.
Yeah, game number one was like a high intellect, you know, like 4D scenario of like, you know, just strategy play between both players.
Yeah.
And game number two was they just aped it up. The brain turned off, and you know, Jesus took the wheel, and then they just sent it, papi. And you know, with that, Rainer was able to come out on top. We do see Solar rushing into the gold as his third, though. At the same time, Rainer rushing to a very fast lair.
This can only end one way.
Okay, so two base play out of Rainer. Rainer, he skips the Bailey nest. He's working towards a fast lair. Meanwhile, I see +1 carapace. Solar is going to be main nighting over towards the gold base. This looks like Solar is setting up for his own Ling Ravager all-in. And how will that compare against this as Solar, he gets into the main? Up!
Will get a full scout. Will scout the gas count. Will scout the lair. So he is well aware of what's coming his way.
I see what you did there. Well.
It's fair.
The hair.
Enough for the hair.
Yeah.
With the dare.
You're sitting in a chair.
Without wearing any. Never mind. Anyway, as we.
Wearing any what? What are you talking about? What are you gonna say?
You can figure it out. Anyway. Roaches are on the way. Rainer, once again, taking the role of the defender. 2 vine crawlers getting thrown down.
Yeah, we actually canceled Carapace. Carapace was canceled, plus on range we got instead for Solar, so he's getting ready for a more roach-heavy composition, not for the Ling Roach all-in that I assumed, and Raynor back at home throwing down a wall of Spine Crawlers, assuming aggression, but Solar's droning.
He's droning hard, and he is mining from that gold.
Yeah, so Raynor getting ready for an assault that isn't actually going to be hitting. Third base is on the way. Raynor is working towards Roach speed and a Roach heavy style. Spine Coolers are done, but again, this was a bit of a waste of resources for the time being. I say for the time being, it looks like Solar is building up though. Is now building up.
Yeah, just a little bit more of a delayed push coming down. Raynor, of course, did cut the goal, is well aware that Solar is well on his way to outscale him when it comes to the economy, so he needs to do something about that.
He does. As Solar, he's still just saturating his bases. He did make an amount of roaches to be safe, but he's saturating his natural, taking every single gas geyser, saturating his gold, working towards a fourth base, I imagine, as well. Like, Solar is just taking a more macro approach for the time being, looking to outscale Raynor in a longer game. And yeah, Raynor has to play a little bit of catch-up here, just because he did spend resources on those Spine Crawlers and did delay his own economy.
Like so. And that's one way of doing it. Throwing down the contamination on an Evo chamber will allow Raynor to get into +2 range a little bit quicker. We'll lose an Overseer in the process, though.
What if Contaminate was like Chrono Boost for Zerg? But you could also do it on like your opposing Zerg player. I'm trying to think, like, is the Zerg player really annoyed if their Zerg buildings get contaminated, if they get Zerged on, you know? Like, is that a negative thing?
Does it annoy you?
Does it?
Does it? So does Zerg player, yeah.
Like, I'm talking about, like, lore-wise, I mean, right? Like...
Oh. Well, I imagine it's like... What's a science thing that I can use? Analogy that I can use? It's like, you know, contaminate, it's kind of like congestion in your lungs.
Excuse
what
me?
I imagine.
Okay. Sure, I get you.
Potentially.
It's like the opposing Zerg Cerebrit, like, kind of fighting for control of a building. You know, you're having, like, a mental, like, chess battle in the Evo chamber.
Yeah. I have to wait for the Zerg immune system to beat it away.
It's like Inception. It's like they're inside your dream, and you have to roll the dice. Or spin the top.
Exactly.
To wake up.
I can't wake up.
There you go. Solar's maxed.
As Solar pushes out, yes, Solar's maxed out. He's pushing, and Raynor is looking to meet him in the middle of the map where he can get a bit of a better concave. Twitter himself working on getting that gold base.
Yeah, we do see Solar with the high army supply. +2 is not quite done, so Raynor does have the upgrade advantage, but +2 is finishing up in 3 seconds. And with that with that Solar, can he break through? This is going to be a little bit lower when it comes to the Ravager count. Without those Ravagers having a harder time pushing in, but he is gaining ground slowly. Oh.
But surely. And just around a couple of biles will force a little bit of a dance. Both going a little bit back and forth. I was going to say, part of the reason why Solar has a lower Ravage count is because he split up his forces, did try to go for a little bit of a multi-prong, but Raynor himself had forces to meet that.
Yeah,
and the Spine Crawls as well.
Yeah, he was in position. Piles, not quite going to be grazing the army a little bit. Rock's going to be knocked down. Solar just opening up different attack paths. He does find himself on top of the rope, does get the high ground. Oh!
Much weirder at the high ground, but will get flanked a little bit. Raynor coming in with a much better concave. Yeah,
Solar does get caught out. That was a nice opportunity for Solar, but wasn't quite able to make use of it. There we go, but tunneling for roaches towards the left-hand side. Raynor does get eyes on it.
And will try to, as chases back, he does have the Overseer following it, so he does have protection. So the main army clash will once again just trade volleys and then leave.
As we do see ourselves just trying to push in. This time the Biles connecting in favor of Solar, but we're going for the full surround.
And that's a 100% 180 concave. Solar gonna be forced to fight. He has a high army supply, but they're not all in position.
Yeah, exactly.
And the position, regardless, is looking a lot better for Raynor with these concaves.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to push into these Ravagers. We do see Raynor counterattacking, but the Ravagers are exposed!
And they will just get caught by the Roaches of Solar. A couple of Biles connecting friendly fire, actually.
Yeah, you can see Solar cutting off those Ravagers as well. More Ravagers going down. A much more efficient trade here from Solar as Raynor did overextend. And now with the main army being forced back, goal base is being saturated. Raynor recognizing, hold up, you don't have detection. Up!
So the Tongue Claws will, just get behind this army, will get a full surround.
Yeah, with that, a beautiful fight here for Raynor. Solar plummeting in supply. No detection, gets punished for it. And now Solar has to back off. Spine coolers are on the way. Solar now recognizing how much danger he's in.
These are some very, very dire straits for our Red Zerg player. Trying to buy himself enough time to get the Spine Crawlers up and running, to get more Roaches out and running. Doesn't have Overseer still.
Oh, there we go. Overseers do finally come into play. We can finally try to hold the line. At the same time, Solar did try to go for a counterattack with these Howling Claw Roaches, which means he doesn't have everything to defend back at home. He does have a bit of a supply deficit.
Yeah, he needs to rely entirely on his defender's advantage, on his positioning, on these Queen Transfuses ideally as well. The Roaches, though, they will be counterattacking.
Yeah, drones are going down at the same time. Solar also losing control of his natural sort of his goal base for a moment there. Burrow coming into play as the drones are going to be borrowed. They're going to be saved.
Oh, yeah, no detection here. This is why Zerg should have scanned.
True. As we do have to try to get the hell out of here. We do try to squeeze on out, but Raynor going to chase this back home. But he's being dragged out of position. He's being dragged out. Solar going right through the center.
He's going straight for the throat, trying to get the better concave here. Bile's going to be landing, connecting on a couple of Roaches.
Yeah, they do connect, and we deny any kind of mining here at the goal base. Mining is denied for the time being. The run by is going to be shut down, but Raynor, he's going to be able to keep up with his army supply, and Solar does pull back for now. Oh, push it back in.
And push back out. Pushing back in.
We do see Raynor committing to that counterattack as well, headed for that goal base. It looks like Solar, he has plenty to defend, plenty of reinforcements. He has a high ground as well. Solar should be able to barely hold the line.
Bal's just not connecting. Keep looking at these supplies, and they're in favor of Solar, but for the most part, Raynor has been able to trade pretty efficiently and make the most of his positioning. Now, though, actually still very good trade for Raynor.
Yeah, some of these bots have been brutal, but Raynor is holding his own at the same time. Ooh, no counterattack as the Tunneling Claw Roaches are getting caught out. Solar is keeping up with the aggression. Buzz connecting in favor of Raynor this time, but does beat out some of these Roaches. Again, slightly better trade for Solar as Solar takes a greater supply lead. These Tunneling Claw Roaches posing a big threat here, but it looks like Solar has found out. Oh, has found it.
That he has. Oh, not all of them.
Some of them.
Yeah, Roaches getting caught.
Yeah, some of those Bird Roaches behind the middle line. Now they do get caught out at the same time. Solar pushing right through the middle. Once again, able to outtrade Raynor for a moment there. And Raynor needs a little bit more breathing room.
He does. +3 missile attacks. Did just finish up for Raynor, though. That's an advantage.
Yeah, that's actually a big moment, but here we go. Solar trying to step forward, is being forced back. Solar does not have a hive. Raynor with that take advantage, going for +3 could be a big moment for him at the same time. Solar trying to overwhelm.
Trying to, coming in for the flank, coming in for the full surround. Upgrade, having an upgrade advantage is nice in Roach v Roach, but it's not as impactful as having a better, as positioning as Solar now demonstrates. Raynor plummeting in supply with that full 360 surround. And it looks like Solar has just about done it.
Yeah, Solar, he has pulled this off just barely. +3 was good, but not good enough as he has so much more momentum on his side. We do see some drones going down on the right-hand side. Main army is going to be plummeting. No more Ravagers left over here for Raynor. Only Pure Roach, and Pure Roach is not good enough.
That it truly isn't. Gold base going to be going down. A couple of roaches caught as they pop out of the cocoons.
They are called out. We do see some harassment going on across the map, and Rainer is getting some damage done. Does morph in some Ravagers to defend as well, but the supply does not lie. Not in Roach v Roach. I mean, sure, the supply is inflated, but that's the case for both players as the goal base is full, and now we're going for the board.
Like so. Biles almost landing on the Overseers, and might have been able to get something done with that, but it is not enough. GG is called. Solar going to be taking game number 3, as well. That's that series 2-1. Whew, GG, very well played. Probably the closest series that we've had tonight. I mean, in terms of series score, in terms of map score, yeah, absolutely the closest one that we've had tonight. But even the games themselves, with the exception of Site Delta,
true,
we're also on a knife's edge with both players. GG, very nicely done.
GG, well played. A very tense back and forth there between Solar and Rainer. Solar had an earlier lead with the gold base. Rainer was able to make up for that and have better trades, go for these counterattacks, go for these tunneling claw run-bys, but it was very close. There were some very key moments for Rainer where he was able to surround Solar's army. Likewise, the opposite is also true, and in the end, Solar did outscale Rainer. There was some very nice moments where Solar was able to take or extend his economic lead, get across the map, distract Rainer, and take better fights, whether it was with the Biles or with the Concaves. Solar did edge it out and is our finalist.
Indeed, he is. Indeed, he is. Power goes out to Rainer. You know, he has been struggling a little bit in ESL Open Cup Asia, and tonight he looked absolutely in form. This is one of his deeper runs in ESL Open Cup Asia, but it did get cut short right at the very end in a very, very close series against Rainer here, against Solar here. But nonetheless, still very impressive results coming out from him.
Yeah, it just goes to show how difficult ESL Asia is. Like, I would say ESL Open Cup Asia is the most difficult ESL Open Cup out of the 3 regions. I do know that America does kind of blend some of the regions a little bit, and we do see, like, you know, some of the Koreans and the Europeans facing off, and that's what's fun about the Americas. But if you look at the Asia bracket, I mean, Rainer, he took down some beasts.
More condensed,
yeah, he took down some players that very well could have won the entire tournament. He took down Classic, took down Cure, went to the ace match against Solo. Like, every single round from the beginning of the broadcast is a finals match for Rainer. And again, he had a deep run. He took down some big names, but it's still a difficult tournament, and still so brutal as well.
Yeah, without a doubt. But smaller bracket, but a much more condensed one, which is well, it is that much more brutal when you do get knocked out like this.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, I just like that you brought up ESL Open Cup Americas, where it's like, yeah, that's where you get the top D-gens from Korea or from Asia, or sometimes some of them who aren't D-gens at all and just wake up super early. You get the D-gens from EU, and then you get NA, who just by default are D-gens, but in this case, not because of the sleep schedule.
It's beautiful, you know. ESL Cup Americas is it has a place in my heart in a very different way. But regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations to Solar as he does advance on into those finals, and it is going to be a ZVP finals between Solar and Hero in the best of 5.
Indeed, Hero been waiting a very long time to get here and already warmed up a little bit in PvZ, taking out Dark 2-0. But of course, that's Dark we're talking about. That is a player who he's had plenty of experience. Obviously, he has plenty of experience against Solar, but even more so against Dark, right? I mean, they're still practice partners from what I can tell to this day, and they've just grinded against each other, practiced against each other a lot back when they were both on Dragon Kaisi Gaming. That was poor phrasing on my part.
It's good phrasing. They're known for grinding with each other. That is true, and because of that, there's a lot of metagaming going on when they are competing against each other as well. It can be a very crazy, not a standard ZVP at all. It's a hero versus dark, which is its own thing. But regardless, GG, well played. Hero has made a deep run himself, and I'm hoping we can make a series out of this. I say I'm hoping. Hero is usually quite dominant in these online tournaments. I'm talking about KSL and the ESL Open Cup Asia as well. Hero is a terrifying force here.
Yeah, especially once we get into the best of fives, right?
Yeah.
In the best of threes, I mean, he's usually favored in those, but when we get to the longer series, that's really where Hero really starts to shine and show off that dominance.
Yeah, exactly. That's where he can thrive, and we're diving into it. Here we go. It's going to be a best of 5. Vitas are done. We have our map order. It's going to be Oceanborn, Ghost River, Side Delta, Amphion, and Alcyone to end the night in this best of 5. I'm hoping for a back and forth. And if you're in the chat, predictions will soon be open.
Indeed, you can get your Gamba on in certain regions.
Mhm.
So let me bet my grapes, man. I just want to win once, you know?
We'll get there. We'll get there. As yeah, we are just setting things up. Lobby is made, and once we get into the game, predictions will be open.
That's why I can't gamble.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're just getting everybody into our final match of the evening. Everybody's consolidating. And we're all getting in here. The English casters, the other language casters.
Mhm.
Those are the only two types of casters, actually.
It's true. I thought I saw Inu earlier. No, he's here. Yeah.
Yeah, he's here. He hosts our lobby. Yeah.
He's also an English caster. As we are loading in, again, game 1's going to be on Oceanborn. The best of 5 is upon us. And we'll just dive in head first into this PVZ. And I'm ready.
That, yeah.
I'm excited.
I'm excited. I'm excited to see Hero rocking his own face as a portrait. No shade to you, Solar and Rainer. He's another player. But anyway, here we are now going to be diving into our first map of our final match. It's going to be on Oceanborn. Oceanborn, which is what we call SpongeBob over here. And also technically every SpongeBob character now I think about it. I don't know why I singled out SpongeBob specifically. But that's what we're going to be going with. Here we go in the bottom right hand corner map. Spawning all the way. In the bottom right hand corner we of course have our red Zerg player coming out from the land of Korea. He is going to be representing Team Vitality. I forgot about the LE. But no, I didn't forget about the LE because this is ESL Oceanborn. So I'm just going to jump right on top of that before anybody asks. We have the brightest of the pro gamers, Solar.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player representing his kind of new team. Was once CranKy Gaming, but now, oh god, what's it called?
Weibo.
Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. Hold on, I need to read up on that.
Now that I hear it out loud, I hate it.
Is it Weeaboo Gaming?
Weibo.
I'm hearing Weeaboo.
W-E-I.
Weibo.
Weibo.
Yeah.
Weibo.
Huevos.
Now that I hear it out loud, I hate it. I hate it so much. CranKy, such a good name.
I know. We're gonna have to call it like WBG. And whenever I hear WBG, I think of like Warner Brothers Gaming. Like,
Warner Brothers Gaming. Yeah, exactly. That's already taken.
Oh god.
That makes me hate it even more because there hasn't been a good Warner Brothers game in a while.
Smooth. For those wondering what we're talking about, it was announced. Was it today or yesterday? Was it?
Like yesterday.
Yes.
Yesterday.
Yeah. It was announced recently that CranKy Gaming Heroes team or I guess X Team, did merge, did partner, and renamed as they now merge with a different organization. They've renamed to Weibo Gaming.
Weibo?
Yeah,
Is
Weibo.
the website, question mark? Not a search engine, that's Baidu.
Yeah, that's why
It's
Hero.
a streaming platform in China, Weibo.
Yeah, and that's why Hero has the WBG clan tag and no longer has DKZ, as I guess DKZ isn't really a thing anymore.
Yeah, hey, it'll still be a thing in our hearts.
Mm-hmm.
And we went from Dragon Phoenix Gaming. No, we went from Triumphant Song Gaming to Dragon Phoenix Gaming to Dragon KZ Gaming to Weibo. Jeez.
I just I'm just hearing like huevo, like wait, that's like it's like eggs in
Huevo.
Spanish. Huevo, yeah,
Weibo.
yeah. Let's go.
That should be the mascot.
As for now, it's going to be a Stargate opener. First steps do move out across the map. It was a Hashgas full standard opener here from Solar. And we do fend Heroes and Epsilon for the time being. The Creep Tumor does survive, and it's going to be not an Oracle, a Void Ray opener from our Protoss player.
Yeah, I think the first time we're seeing a Void Ray opener, and I say that, but we also only had one of the Protoss player that we casted so far, so I guess it's not too much of a surprise. Yeah, Hero, he does like to play things a little bit safer in the very early game.
Yeah, I mean, Classic was in love with Void Ray openers last year, but that was last year. That was 2023. Now, Classic is the new man. You know, post I Am Katowice, Void Ray openers have fallen off quite heavily.
Slow it up. Yeah.
Slow it up. As we do see a very fast Twilight Council. Really fast Twilight Council here from Hero. This could be one of two things. This could be Glaive Eps, or this could be really fast Blink for potentially a 3-base all-in. So we'll see what Hero does embrace, whether we go for fast Blink or fast Glaives.
Oh, it's gonna be Glaives for now. Yeah.
There we go, and Solar's in the dark. Solar, he has yet to confirm what's going on. So far, it looks like a pretty standard build, but that's what's scary about the Void Ray opener. The Void Ray is designed to keep the Overlords away and to make sure that Solar doesn't know what comes next, whether it's a standard game or whether it's an aggressive game.
Yeah, and we'll keep our eyes on the production tab. Specifically, keep our eyes on how many gateways we see to see just how committed Hero wants to be with these glaives. Warp Prism, Void Ray. Forced to come back home, but that's what I wanted to say is whether or not we'll see a Warp Prism if we do see a Robo Facility as well. It's gonna be another bit of a tell here. Solar, once again, still in the dark.
Yeah, as we do pick up 3 drones here at the 3rd base location. Adepts are spotted. Nice scout there from Solar. He does confirm additional Adepts, but is it enough to really tip him off here is the question. Roaches are in production, thankfully, and yeah, he knows he takes down the Creep Terminal, which means we can fully wall off.
Like so. It's going to make things a little bit easier here for Solar.
And again, it's so important that Solar was able to confirm this earlier. The Adepts, they commit to the shade, but the wall is up and running. They're going to try and bust their way in.
Yeah, but not getting too many results. The Oracle survives for now.
Yeah, the Oracle does survive. We throw down the Revelation. Behind this, working towards Blink and +1, but again, Blink is delayed. +1 is delayed. The rest of the tech is a little bit later here for Hero, and these Adepts have yet to pay for themselves. Oh, we commit!
We do commit, and we do not get the target firing, but we will be able to shave off the link count fully. Transfuse on the Roaches, going to be able to make sure Solar has that defense still up and running. We commit to another shade into the main base. These Adepts are solo, but these drones are so juicy.
Yeah, they are. We need to get some damage done. There we go. 5 workers going down, but it looks like only 5 workers. We shade it into the natural. Never mind. We get up to 7 drone kills. That's an okay amount of damage, but here comes the counterattack. We have poked the bear. Solar, he has defended. Drop Lords are on the way. Roach Speed is on the way, and Solar's ready for his own counter all-in.
He is so saying, you thought I wasn't gonna roach push on Oceanborn this time? Well, I wasn't, but yeah, look what you made me do.
Yeah, this is your fault, Hero. Look what you made me do. Now, Blink is finishing up in 10 seconds. Lings don't quite get this around yet. Nice Revelation. Hero is aware of the aggression coming his way, but very little stack defense here at the 3rd.
Yeah, barely any Solar, or Hero rather, putting it all on this 4th. But it's even less defensible as Yeah, it is a low ground. Hero forced completely away from his base. I mean, he gets the high ground, but he loses his shield batteries. He loses his fourth base entirely.
Yeah, Hero just misjudging this. They're trying to defend the fourth base, but the fourth is a lost cause. Stalkers are going down. As a result, the third base needs to be secured instead. As, yeah, Hero, he's committing. More shield batteries on the way. Cannons on the way. The Stalkers, they get completely shut down.
Yeah, completely surrounded by the Lings. Just unable to blink away. Stalker Force goes down. It's 4 army supply left for Hero. It's literally just these 2 Stalkers, which I want to believe. I want to believe in Hero's micro.
True.
But we also have 90 army supply from Solar, and while it is a little bit inflated, it's still a massive deficit.
Yeah, and again, all that side defense needed to be here at the third base instead. Hero being so greedy, expanding on the right-hand side as well. Boys are being pulled, trying to pull off a miracle defense, but alas, miracles don't always happen here as we bust on it. Overcharges popped. Bile's going to be connecting here on that shield battery, and Hero, he's up against the wall.
He's up against the wall. He's crumbling. His wall is crumbling, and he is starting to fall.
Yeah, boys being pulled once again. 18 workers going down. The base earlier is going to be falling. The Lings do confirm. Well, they get eyes on the backup fourth base. But again, we're just a little bit too ambitious there as Hero does come in with some charges from behind. Does get on top of the Queens.
And okay, able to take out a high energy Queen. Yeah. Still a lot of Lings, though. Still a lot of Roaches.
Yeah, third base goes down.
Yeah. Third base does go down, like so. Fourth base, not long for this world either.
Yeah, we lose the third, the fourth, the fifth. Every base does fall. We have a standing army, but here come the Lings. They go for the dive on top of their Stalkers, forcing out the blink. Zelds get cleaned up, and now we're going for the last bastion of hope here for Hero. We're going for the natural.
Indeed, we are. We have a decent Sim City, and we do have that battery overcharge, but we also only have 2 bases. And barely a standing army left. Running out of room to blink back to as well.
Yeah, we are running out of room here as the overcharge was hopped earlier. The overcharge has run out. Lings, they bust into the main of all places. And the Roach army is still standing strong at the natural. Stalkers are blinking their hearts out. Again, Hero trying to out-micro himself out of this situation, but there's only so much that micro can do for you.
Yeah, unfortunately. You can only micro as long as you have land and as long as you have space to micro, right? And Hero is very rapidly running out of it.
Yeah, Solar's even spreading creep in his bases. GG gets called, and Solar takes game number 1.
And I gotta say, that was a very convincing win from Solar. That was a very convincing push. But I gotta say, I really loved what we saw from Hero as he was staring down a wave, a swarm of roaches with barely any static defense. Decides, you know what? I'm gonna expand. I just the absolute balls on Hero to do that. Obviously, it didn't work.
Yeah.
You know, it's not never. The math does not work. Is never not gonna work out, you know. Just numerically, the numbers are not in your favor. But I just liked the sheer cajones on Hero.
The huevos, if you will.
The huevos.
There you go. Yeah, I agree. Very ambitious. The Chad move here of Hero is that you see it all incoming and you just throw down a 5th. You throw down another Nexus because why not?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the end, the overconfidence or the greed there of Hero was his downfall against the all-in on Oceanborn. And I'm concerned because now we're going to be loading into Ghost River, another small map, another map known for its aggression. We got to temper ourselves a little bit here when it comes to how greedy we do want to be.
Or we just go even more aggressive.
True. We could just double down.
Out-aggressive your opponent's aggression.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
Just punch harder.
Exactly. That's my life motto. Yeah. My mantra. Every day I wake up. Yes. Punch harder. That's advice to all of you in the chat. You get knocked down, you punch harder. Okay. Let's spotting into Ghost River over here. Ghost River, of course, sounds like the title of a Goosebumps book. Or something similar like that. It'll be a pretty good, like, low-budget horror movie, I feel. I feel like there's probably a few Southeast Asian low-budget horror movies that have that name. I have to look that up later. Not Ellie, as we are on an ESL map, and over here in the top left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the top left, we of course have our blue Zerg player coming down from the land of Korea. Of course, is going to be representing his team Vitality, the bear who has been poked and has been able to just counterattack to be up 1-0 in the specified grand finals. We have Solar.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. The Red Protoss representing, or at one point was representing Dragon Kaiser Gaming, now representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. Weibo. Weibo.
Weibo.
Weibo.
Weibo.
I need to wrap my head around that. God damn it. WBG.
The B.
You know what I think of that? I think of like, I don't know, like Harry Potter or so. There we go. Hey, even Coca knows. Even Coca knows.
Even Coca is there.
Any info?
What do I say? Weibo is the new sponsor or something like that? Yeah. Weibo Gaming merged this weekend for the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, as people
Weibo is a Chinese streaming platform.
Yeah. As
from what I can gather.
Yeah, as people are explaining here, shout out to Coca. Coca, of course, the lovely French caster, casting over in French.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll get used to it, I'm sure.
I refuse.
I don't know if it's quite. I don't know if it's quite like a union like that. Just because I know that for Vitality onside still maintain their name, right? Whereas for DKZ it's a straight up rebrand. So I don't think DKZ is keeping their name. That's the difference.
It's like a union, except instead of merging 50-50, it's just you know what? Dragon Kaizi Gaming was a union. That was a union between Dragon Phoenix Gaming and Kaizi Gaming.
True.
Right? So
yeah.
Weibo Gaming is more like a takeover. So not a takeover, but
so you're saying it should have been like Dragon Weibo Gaming.
Exactly.
Oh, Weibo Kaizi.
Dragon Wei.
Dragon. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dragon Wei Kaizi.
Weibo Kaizi Dragon. We need to go back to like 2011 when esports names were like that.
Big Weibo Dragon Gaming. That's all we needed.
Big Weibo, yeah. We need like Startail was actually a good name. What was another like questionable, like a too edgy for me name?
What, like GGG? Like Good Game Gaming?
No, GGG. No, GGG was classic. GGG was a good name. Yeah.
It was in his name. Yeah. True.
Yeah, it's Good Game Gaming. It had game and gaming right next to each other. Very ballsy. Good Game Gaming. It needs to be more like, Demon Esports or whatever it was called. My Insanity.
My Insanity was nice. Nice things.
My Insanity was a pretty good name, yeah. But also, it's like, we're insane.
Yeah, sure. Kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stargate.
That's actually. Yeah.
Target
opener coming up from. Yeah, I was gonna say that's now that I think about it, that's actually good for branding, you know. For the insane gamers, it's like, oh.
Once again, Fast Twilight Council here out of Hero. I'm curious if there's going to be once again into a Glaive build or into Blink Stalkers. Both are viable. We've been very fond of Blink, and there it is. Blink is on the way. Now, I believe I mentioned before in game number 1 how if we rush into Blink like this, then this could be for a 3-base all-in. And 3-base all-ins from the side of Hero are very common, where you throw down a proxy gateway in the center of the map and you go for an 8k 3-base all-in. It hits like a truck, and Hero is very fond of it on this map, on Ghost.
Yeah. Speaking of that proxy, I spy a cheeky little probe in the middle of the map.
This is a crazy location for the proxy, by the way. I was
right outside. What? The Overlord actually has vision of it.
The Overlord does spot it.
And Solar's gonna scout it anyway with the wings.
And that's a big tell as well. Like, I feel like Hero has already shown his hand, and there we go, Pylon once again. Usually we see the Pylon here in the center, or maybe here on the other side of the tall grass, or I guess the seaweed, or the grass bed. But yeah, usually it's a little bit more conservative, but there we go, Hero throwing it down towards the center. This is going to be for the Blink All In.
I was gonna explain to you how that was absolutely genius from Hero, because he fakes the all-in and instead he plays greedy, but no, he's actually committed to an all-in. Just at a different location, so Hero's just like pushing the boundaries tonight. He's just trying to see what he can get away with against Solar here, and so far it's not that much, as Solar has been able to you know, kind of punish him for his presumptuousness.
Oh, as a massive stasis does catch all the Lings. As a result, the Queens are exposed. Tempting, and we do dive in, but we do force the Transfuse. Transfuse will keep the Queens alive. More stasis on the way. Now, the reason why All-Ins are so popular here from the side of Protoss is because this choke point. This choke point is brutal, and Lings have a really hard time pushing in. Another stasis connects.
Yeah, it does connect with every single Ling. This stasis is going to expire, but that is a full surround of Stalkers.
Yeah, the Lings, they're completely shut down. Roaches are amassing on the high ground, but Hero rotates around towards left-hand side, no, towards that ramp once again, looking to catch out these Lings. Spore Crawler's in position to help deny these Oracles. Once again, is forced back.
He is. Is this a good idea to clear door? Yeah, I guess it would be. Because you still have that choke point regardless.
Yeah, against Lings, you want the choke, but now with Ravagers, you want to give yourself some room to avoid the vials. So it evolves as the all-in continues, as your opponent gets more units here. Vials not quite going to be connecting. More gateways on the way. We're going into charge behind this, proxying the Forge.
Yeah, because that's where the pylons are.
True.
Where else are you going to put it?
And the all-in does continue, but to be fair, Solar, he is banking up the Roach Ravager. That's what's important right now, is that the Roach Ravager has been building up over the course of this game. Vial's going to be thrown down. They do take down the Stalker.
Yeah, it's very important to take note of. Solar has not overextended at all. He has not gotten ahead of himself. He has just been preserving the Roaches and Ravagers that he has and getting more of them.
Exactly, just building up that critical mass of Roach Ravager, and as a result, he's holding the line. Vials not quite going to be connecting. Hero pulling back, waiting for Charge. Charge is a nice addition to this all-in. Stasis being baited out here, and Solar, honestly, his defense is looking quite strong.
Yeah, you mentioned how Charge is going to be really good against the Roaches and Ravagers here, but now we have Banelings. And that is going to be a huge deterrent. It's going to cause Hero to have to be a bit more careful with how he engages this, specifically with his charge slots.
Yeah, as Hero just is not gaining any ground whatsoever, trying to blink on forward, trading and mainly trading with Lings, not with Roach Ravager. Queens are still holding their own, Transfusers still coming into play. Oracle gets picked up and taking down another Stalker.
Very nice. So far from Solar. No more Stasis Wards going to be at play. I like this from Hero. I think he scouted the Banelings, and so he's going to go around and going to try to flank Solar instead. Going to take out that fourth base.
I do like this. As you mentioned, the fourth base is now under fire. That's going to be less lava. Banelings are rolling in at the same time. Stalker is finally getting on top of some of these Roaches. Roaches are going down. A bit of a better trade here for Hero, but he is being forced back once again.
Yeah, forced back 2 to Stasis Wards. Okay, one of them will pop on not that many Roaches.
Yeah, it's also cleaned up. Banelings did respond. As you mentioned, the Banelings were ready for this, and the hatchery is surviving, which means we still have larva. We still have plenty of larva to work with. Solar is still holding his own. More backup Banelings on the way. Roach Ravager is amassing. We did bleed out 13 Roaches in that fight, but that was 13 Roaches for 18 Stalkers.
Like so. And the longer this goes on, the better it's getting for Solar. He hasn't really been able to drone, but that doesn't really matter, as his economy is looking about similar to Hero's right now. Yes. It's all about just surviving and having enough units left over for a counterattack.
Yeah, exactly. We're getting to that point. We're almost there. You can see Solar's also in position to deny the fourth base, just in case Hero attempts to expand. Speaking of, Hero is attempting to expand, but a Ling is in position to make sure we deny that.
Like so. So now aware that Hero, this all-in is gonna come to an end very, very soon, one way or another.
one way or another. As Zelsay do close the distance, some of these Ravagers looking exposed. We're finally getting on top of the Ravagers here. Hero, not a bad trade, but ooh, once again, we take some piles to the face. Reinforcements are on the way. Solar still barely holding on. Hero trying to transition out of this, but that fourth base is still a ways away.
Still a long ways away. Still getting chipped out away at with that one Ling, and now Solar, he's unchained. He's broken free from this contain. Maybe getting a little too ahead of myself, as Hero still has a pretty healthy stalker count. So Solar still needs to wait for the next round of units before pushing out.
Yeah, he's being careful. He doesn't want to get caught out by those charge lots. So slow and steady here for Solar, forcing out those blinks. At the same time, Zell's trying to catch reinforcements. Then they do manage to catch a couple of roaches here and there. Again, Hero trying to pull Solar apart.
Yeah, so far the Zealots are able to get into the main and are able to catch a couple of units here. And there, ooh, the Biles land on Solar's own army. Not a great start.
I'm getting a little bit concerned. These Ravagers are looking a little bit more vulnerable as they're bleeding out a lot of roaches, but Hero is being forced back. At the same time, Big Link counterattack. That's a kill on the fourth base, making sure that Hero cannot expand, cannot transition.
And now Solar has one fewer thing to worry about. He just needs to, once again, go back to defending.
Exactly. Again, his fourth base is fully saturated. Worker counts are similar, but you can see that Hero, he has inefficient mining. You know, he has more workers than there are mineral patches to mine from. He does need another base to sustain himself, and Solar is almost maxed out.
Yeah. Some 175 supply. I was half a second too late to call it the 169, but anyway. Yeah, Solar's about to max out, and once he is, he's going to have a much... Not even a much easier time, just gonna have everything he needs to go across the map and deny everything. Huge failing run by, gonna be able to take up pretty much the entire mineral line. And Solar still has more than enough units at home to defend. All Hero has is all he's got. You can see the income plummeting right now for the Protoss. GG is called. Solar gonna be taking game number 2, finding himself a match point.
GG, well played. A beautiful defense there out of Solar, able to keep up with Hero, but I do believe that a big reason for this is, one, Hero is known for going for these all-ins on Ghost River in PvZ, but more importantly, Hero showed his hand very early on with that pylon. He just screamed out to Solar, "I'm all-inning you, Papi," and he's like, "Oh my god, okay, thanks for letting me know. I guess I'll get ready." So yeah, that was a rough moment for Hero with the initial pylons, and Solar was able to get prepared because of that.
Indeed, he was. I'm really liking what we're seeing from Hero tonight so far, though. He hasn't been able to win yet, but he just woke up today and chose violence. He's again, it does feel like he's kind of pushing the boundaries of what he can feasibly get away with, at least in PvZ in this series against Solar, and so far Solar has been able to meet that and has been able to kind of show him what the boundary is.
Yeah, it's
Here's open.
It's not even just aggressive play at a Hero. It's been very brazen, right? It's been very very bold.
That's a really good way of describing it. Just very brazen. Just I don't care if you can scale me. I don't care.
Yeah.
If there's that many roaches knocking down my door, I'm just gonna get another base.
It's like, Papi, you should care. You should.
What? I don't care. I'm dying. I don't care. I'm falling into larva. In lava, not larva. And my legs are melting off? Like, I don't even care. Zero damns given. Anyway, we're going to be continuing our series on what is hopefully not, but possibly might be the final map of our grand finals here on Site Delta. The excavation, I think, is what we've decided on. Over here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom right, we have our blue Zerg player coming out from the land of Korea. He is going to be representing Team Vitality, not Samsung Fingerboom, as Kuro is pointing out in the chat, although he used to be on Samsung Con and Samsung Galaxy. No longer, as they don't exist anymore. Nor does Samsung Fingerboom. I have to question if that ever existed. Anyway, we have our blue Zerg player. It's Solar.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. Down in this series, he needs to fight back here and now to try to have a chance of forcing the ace match. He needs your support in the chat. He needs to calm down a little bit as well, just a little bit. It is Hero.
Yeah, he could calm down. I kind of don't want him to.
I get what you're saying. You're like,
if he wants to win,
you're like, you know what? If
you
he wants this Protoss player not to be Hero, sure, you can
exactly,
tell him to calm down. You can tell him to take things a little bit easy and temper himself. But it's Hero we're talking about, Bobby. You know, he doesn't close his walls. He leaves them open. He doesn't care if you scout the all in. He's gonna all in you anyway. That's why we love him. You know, he's a crazy player. He finds success with it. Sometimes a little bit less success, but you know what? It's beautiful. It's Hero.
Yeah, he will stare down death. He will stare death in the face and say, what are you gonna do? Stab me?
And then
what are you gonna do? Kill me?
And then he gets stabbed. That's the end of the story. That's. But it's cool though, you know. Like it is. Yeah. You know, we gotta respect it.
I wish I could have that. You know? I wish I could care less about living.
Oh my god, you're an animal, Pop. You're an animal. Calm
Everything
down.
I wanna be. If I play Protoss. But I don't. I play Terran, so I still have that survival instinct in me.
Yeah, I'm a Zerg. I'm always afraid. I've always got the fear. But for now, we are going to be sending back these events.
I play Terran, that's why I just stay home all the time.
True. For now, Lings are getting across the map, and we're going to trade quite well here as one adept falls. We almost get the other, forcing the pulsar beam to be activated back at home defensively. So not a bad start by Solar, able to just keep the adepts pinned back and wasting energy as oracles are moving out across the map. And for the time being, this looks like a much more standard build.
Yeah, for now. So we're getting our Forge, we're getting our Twilight Council, so Blink is most likely on the way. Hero doing hero things, great control with this Oracle, gonna be able to catch a couple of drones, gonna be able to catch some larva.
Yeah, 3 drones, a larva, pretty good damage so far here by Hero. When it comes to the follow-up, the reason why I say this looks like a standard game, and it is a standard game, is this time it's not just a Twilight Council, it's a Forge. The Twilight Council is delayed, Forge is prioritized, +1, should be +1 in Blink, maybe +1 in Charge, into a 3-base economy towards a 4th base. Like, this looks like we're settling into something a little bit more by the book here. For now, at least. We'll keep an eye on Hero.
Oh, we have calmed down.
Yeah. You know, he just had to get it out of his system, you know? He was... just had to, you know, get it out, get it over with, and now he's like, okay, now we can play some StarCraft. Let's go.
Yeah. It's healthy to get it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Don't want to keep it in.
Exactly. You might die in the process, but you know what?
Yeah.
If you gotta die, if you die, you die. Yeah. Just gotta get it out.
It's the hero.
It's healthy for you.
It's the hero way. It's the hero way. As the Oracles are dipping between bases, this time a little bit less successful, but they should get eyes on the would-be 4th base of Solar. We do have a bit of a gateway explosion behind this. Interesting. We are getting up to 8 gateways. We have yet to take gas. Okay, there we go. I was like, we have yet to take gases. Gases are now on the way, which means we are taking up, which means we can use this to take up into a Templar Archives or a Robo and a Colossus production. We have options with how Hero wants to go about this.
Indeed, we do. We're just trying to figure out what the least calm way of, the most no-chill way of going about this would be.
I mean,
DTs.
we could see like a carrier rush, maybe like rush into like a Tempest rush, maybe.
Yeah. We could. But meanwhile, though, we're seeing Solar be our first player to rush Tech, as the infestation pit has been thrown down. He's got a lot more breathing room this time, which I'm sure he appreciates.
Yeah, exactly. As the army is going to be moving, I did notice it was like 5:20 lair timing, so a bit of an earlier lair timing leading into the first early infestation. Meanwhile, the wall is so far a wall, no shape behind this, but we do have a warp in, we do fully wall off, and we do hold the line. Meanwhile, across the map, Hero is gaining ground. Not many roaches to defend, Lings are being shaved off, and we do look to deny the fourth base.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much Solar can really do about it right now. He's going to try to chase away the stalkers, but if we do end up committing, I can't see Hero losing this engagement.
Yeah, as Hero is gaining more ground, Queen does fall. We did miss a transfuse. Ling's trying to trickle on in. Roaches, we barely have any of them. Solar is in a bit of trouble here. He's bleeding out his army. He may not just lose the base, he may lose more than that.
Yeah, he may lose his life this game. As huge Stasis Ward's going to connect with the majority of the roaches, actually. A lot of these Lings as well are stuck behind the Queens. We see a couple of transfuses get thrown down, but we're running out of energy.
Yeah, and again, Solar, he was a little bit too greedy. He was taking him into an invitation into a hive as well, but the army is here now. GG gets called as a Hero breaks on through, and Hero puts a point on the board. GG.
GG, yeah. Just had to take a little bit of a step back in game number 3. He got it all out of his system. He was doing normal Protoss things this time, and it was enough to defeat Solar.
Yeah, this was a really interesting build. So Hero did go into 8 gateway, so it was an 8 gate aggression again, but this time he took extra gases. This time he was taking up into +2, into upgrades, into charge, into a 4th base. But because the initial opener looks standard, that's why Solar cut roaches. He didn't make as many roaches. He was working towards a 4th, was droning and taking into hive when he needed an army. Hero did catch him off guard.
Yep.
So yeah, really nicely done.
Yeah, he thought that Hero was gonna chill this time. No.
Yeah.
Maybe for a couple of minutes in the early game, but later on, no.
Yeah, Hero, he's still committed to a high gateway count. He did catch Solar off guard. There wasn't even a proxy gateway. He was reinforcing from across the map, and he was still breaking
He
through.
had no robo facility.
Yeah.
He was getting 2 towards the end there, but they didn't even complete. And when the game ended.
Yeah, no prism, no proxy pylons, just going for the long route instead, and it did eventually catch Solar off guard. Did break through. GG, well played. Hero fights back. We have a series.
We do have a series on our hands. We do have game number 4 loading up here. And speaking of 4, here we are now on game number 4. Funny how that works. Here we are on Amphion, where the amps are they're
Excuse me?
amped. The amps. We're over here in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the bottom left, where we have our red Zerg player coming out from the land of Korea, still on match point 2-1 in this best of 5 series grand finals. He's going to be representing Vitality Gaming, Vitality Esports, Vitality Onside. He's vital. We have Solar.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player putting a point on the board, fighting back in this series, representing his new team, Weibo Gaming. WBG. It is Hero. Hero moving out across the map as long as possible. He was attempting to force the unnatural, but Solar did go for a 15-15. Very safe opener. The hatchery gets thrown down on location, and we're calming things down as we load into Amphion.
For now. You know,
do you-
Amphion, a little bit of our quirkier maps in the map pool. Yeah. Have some of these mineral walls.
Yeah, we get the mineral walls on both sides of the map. We have very defendable third base locations as well. So I'm gonna ask, when you think of Amphion, what do you think of? When you hear Amphion, what do you think?
When I hear Amphion, electric.
Electric?
Electric eels.
Electric eels?
Something because amp?
Right, like an amphitheater?
Or jellyfish. Oh, an amphitheater will work.
Okay. Electric jellyfish?
Amphion.
Huh?
Amphoras, which, if I remember my asterisks correctly, is the jugs that were used to carry wine.
Ah, okay. I see.
Amphitheaters, that's a potential thing as well, because, you know, we have boardwalks here.
Yeah, apparently, as I looked it up, Amphion is like a brand of speaker. It's like a bunch of speakers.
Did they get sponsored?
Did
Did they sponsor this map?
I don't think so. There's just a bunch of speakers online when I look up Amphion.
Huh.
There you go.
I mean, they named themselves Amphion.
Hmm.
It's gotta be after something.
Yeah. Like maybe like amphibian.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. It's where
Frog.
the lizard comes in. Yeah, the frog.
Yeah. The
Animorph.
Animorph.
Huh?
Yeah.
I think that's before your time. I don't know if you.
It is.
Yeah.
I've only heard legends and tales of it.
Okay. Okay. It was a big thing in the early 2000s. It's big. Yeah. Don't watch it. I could hear the wheels turning. You know, I could watch it. You know, I wrapped up my teen dramas. I could watch another teen drama from the 2000s. Time to turn on the Dawson's Creek. Ah.
I could.
No, you don't need to.
Yeah, it's available on streaming somewhere.
It is
now.
on Netflix, actually. Unironically, it is on Netflix.
I could.
You don't need to watch.
I'll just watch Home and Away.
God damn it.
As things are calming down a little bit.
Is
so
Home and Away on Singaporean
typical
Netflix?
things. Yeah, it should be if it isn't.
Do you know what Home and Away is?
It's the whatchamacallit.
Huh?
It's a soap opera.
How
It's
do you
been
know
going
what
on
Home and
for
Away is?
20 years. I saw Superwalk.
Okay. Okay. Because I know Steel knows, because for some reason, like, they also play in where Steel is. Like, it's for some reason he knows like
Neighbors
Neighbors.
in Israel.
Yeah, and Home and Away.
No, I think he was telling me that back in the early 2000s, American shows were too expensive to syndicate, so
Yeah.
they just bought Australian shows
Yeah,
instead
so they just have everything
and
Aussie.
showed them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's crazy. We have that connection.
like American and British shows were too expensive, but they still needed something for the English channels.
Yeah.
So they're like, all right, Australia. They don't really speak English there, but you know, it's good enough.
He understands what Bondi
Can't
is.
tell the difference.
He knows.
Exactly.
The
One
server.
Night Rescue.
As I get into our
Border
opener.
Patrol.
True.
Which actually, which that is shown here every now and then.
Ah, there you go. There you go.
There you go.
As we're getting into our opener here, it's a Stargate opener into Oracle into +1 and Blink, so nothing too crazy, very standard opener so far, but we did say that Heroes opener last game was quite standard and it led into H-gate aggression, so we'll keep an eye on the gateway count. No explosion yet, as Heroes expanding quite aggressively here towards Solar.
Yeah, getting a bit of a launch pad here. We do have a delayed robo facility, so once again, if Hero is planning on being aggressive, this is a fantastic way of going about it without that support of a War Prism. Solar trying to deny or delay this fourth as much as possible, but thankfully for Hero, he does have an army. He does still have his oracles.
Does have those oracles. Here we go. The center base is now underway. It's not going to be denied. It was honestly a really greedy base taken here by Hero, but alas, it does stand strong. Meanwhile, back at home, Solar is getting into his fourth, is attempting to drone up, attempting to keep up with the expansions of Hero, which is a crazy thing to see here in his EVP.
Yeah, normally we're expecting the Zerg player to be expanding much quicker, and the Protoss player being behind one base for a while, and just keep him up that way.
Yeah, exactly as the Lings, they dive on top of the Stalkers. Looks like Stalkers are going to be going down, but we're bleeding out a lot of Lings for this. 2 Stalkers do get picked up, but at the cost of 24 Lings.
Yeah, not a good trade at all. Sure, we're trading mineral units for gas. We're trading minerals for gas. But at a certain point, you need to look at how many minerals you're trading for, how little gas.
Oh, yeah. Exactly, as Oracles, they do dip in. They do manage to catch a couple of these tumors, but really we're just laying the stage here for our eventual timing. We have 5 gateways on the way. Temple Archives is done. Archon production charges well. Hero, he's building up, massing up for a massive timing. And Solar, can he keep up back at home? You can see Solar, he's working towards Lurkers, but I feel like Hero should hit first.
Yeah, I mean, he's planning to. He's got his Archons, he's got his Warp Prism, and he's going for a bit of a multi-prong with this. So he will be able to confirm that Hive, and once he does, I mean, it's like a flip is going to switch, right? He knows, I need to take you out sooner rather than later, because if not, I'm going to have to deal with the Lunkers, and nobody wants to deal with Lunkers.
Nobody likes the Lunkers, but here we go. Massive warp into the main base. The Prism is within range of the Spore. The Prism is going to be going down, but we're going for the Hive. Oh, for a moment, we're going for the Hive. Instead, we do focus down the Hydras, and the Hive is going to be going down. I'm not too sure we can save it.
I mean, without any Queens in position, there's no way. We mostly only have Lings here, which are just going to melt to the Archons, like so. Hero going to be losing his drop here. He's going to be losing both his Archons, all of his Zealots, but it was well worth it to get the Hive, to prevent any Vipers from coming out, to prevent any Lurker upgrades. We can see Sola now trying to get a Hive elsewhere, but he first needs to morph that hatchery into a lair, and then morph it into a Hive, and that's just going to take so long.
It's going to take far too long here. Again, the Lurkers, we're going to be stuck with Lair Tech Lunkers, Papi, and that no one wants, not even the Zerg player, as, Sage Strike going to be catching some of these Hydras. Again, we're just backing up, amassing more of an army. Hero taking a 5th base, while Solar is stuck on 3, as he did lose the main.
Like so.
And Hero looking to snowball out of control again, going to be catching some of these Hydras for free. Do we have any Lurkers? We do not. 0 Lurkers, and we got 3 Lurkers on the way, but they're going to be without upgrades. It's going to be that much easier for Hero to overwhelm and to break on through, as he is not giving Solar the time he needs.
That he is not. Lurkers trying to be morphed in, but they will get caught before they even hatch. They try to burrow, but there's no adaptive talons. We have Revelations, and everything Zerg is gonna melt. GG is called, and Hero gonna be taking us to our ace.
GG, well played. A very interesting build here out of Hero. You don't see this too often, to rush into a very fast 4th base to take a bit of an economic lead, an economic boost early on, to eventually lead into a later timing. You saw that Solo was getting ready for a longer macro game, but before he was ready, before he had his Lurkers, Hero did strike just as Solo was at the most vulnerable. And yeah, that was a wild game. That was a wild push.
Very wild push. It's very interesting to see so far in our series that it feels like Hero has always been the aggressor, right? But whenever Solar doesn't think Hero's gonna be aggressive, whenever Hero like delays his push by just a little bit, Solar just thinks, "Oh, I'm safe. He's not pushing at me, and we can go into the late game." No.
See, hold on. Are you telling me, Yaku? Are you telling me that if Hero doesn't telegraph his aggression early on and show off to his opponent that he's going all in, that he's able to have more success? Is that what you're?
I think so. I think that's what I'm trying to get at. Like, what I'm trying to say is Solar, whenever he doesn't have to, whenever he's not getting attacked, he doesn't feel like he's gonna get. He doesn't feel like he's getting attacked, right? So, you know, it feels like Solar thinks that he can get away with a lot more than he actually can. It's like, you know, when the threat isn't imminent. Is there really a threat?
Is there a threat?
We'll find out as we load into our final map of the evening. Gonna end things off here on Alcione, the Alkaline map, which is either depending on how you look at it, a frog or a very fat, very short-tailed manta ray. Potentially, it's also a thick. Okay, fat's not the right word. It's just thick.
Yeah,
it's
big
just,
bones.
Yeah, big bones. Yeah. Just little chubby, pleasingly plump. As over here in the bottom left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the bottom left, we have our blue Zerg player coming down from the land of Korea. He found himself on match point, but now is finding himself in a lot of trouble as we are in the ace. He is going to be representing Vitality Gaming. We have Solar.
Team Vitality, yeah.
Team Vitality, look. I was like, it's a gamble between whether it's Vitality Esports or Vitality Gaming. It's just neither, actually.
It's spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione. We have our South Korean Protoss player clawing his way back into this. He was down 2-0, now tied up 2-2. One more game, and he will be our champion. It all ends here. It all ends on Alkione. Representing his new team, Weibo Gaming, it is Hero.
Web O Gaming. Yeah. Web O. That could also work out, yeah. It's a web of games.
There you go.
Or a web of gaming.
There
Spider.
you go. But yeah, just touching on what you mentioned before, I do agree in the sense that both in game 3 and 4, Solar assumed that it was a longer macro game, and we saw Solar both times rushing into a faster lair, into an infestation pit, into a hive, into lurkers, and both times he was denied that before he could really get any of that underway. Now it's time for Solar to calm down. Clearly, Solar, we need to calm things down. We need to embrace Lingbane Roach Ravager a little bit more here. Even if we scout something more macro oriented, it's hard to make that call against Hero.
Do we need to calm down, or do we need to be more anxious for Solar, right? Because, like you were pointing out, he just doesn't. He's cutting a lot of corners in his defenses. He thinks that he can get away. He feels like there's a lot more time. He feels that he has a lot more time than he actually has, is what I'm trying to say, to get into that late game. This wall is interesting with the pylon placement.
You see here, he's screaming out, "Bane bust me!" But Solar's not gonna take the bait. Not gonna take the bait, right? Nah.
Right?
It's fine. For those that are curious, it is much more standard to throw down the pylon further back. Otherwise, if you leave it exposed like this, you are vulnerable to an all-in or to some kind of Bane bust. But that's not really actually seen too often at this level of play. I feel like it takes a certain kind of player to go for a Bane bust, like Dark or Shin, you know?
Yeah. More of an ape type of player. Solar, a bit more of an intellectual, not one to ape it up too much.
Yeah. Which is maybe the problem.
100%, absolutely. He's thinking way too far ahead. He's using logic in a world where in a realm of no logic, in a realm of chaos.
Right. You know? Yeah. You know, you're sounding like the European Zerg players, right? The European players right now, when they keep away, they're like, this doesn't make any sense. You know, Dark, like he just makes roaches at random times. He just kills you. Like these damn Korean Zergs. What are they doing? It makes no sense. And then they die.
Just, it's not supposed to.
He can't attack the. Yeah. The adept can't be attacked.
But the timing of that made me think that he's just responding to us and what we're saying.
Yes.
He just could hear us.
Good God. But yeah, the adept was in the smoke, in the smoge, if you will, and the Lings actually could not attack it at all. So Solo with a bit of a question mark there.
A little bit of that question mark going on there. And actually. Yeah, I was saying that Solar might be thinking a little bit too much, but maybe he actually is, unironically. Once again, we have to go back to what Olivero's saying, you know, how he quote-unquote fixed his TVP
he still
was
can't do
just
it!
by not...
No, okay,
he still
we're good.
can't.
Okay, we're good.
Okay, he has vision now. Yeah, he's got some vision now.
Yeah.
Such a good placement.
What
But yeah,
was...
going back to...
So technically, hold on, very quickly here. So I guess if you're on the exact hex of that smoke screen, like
Yep.
you have to like push yourself onto that one hex to be able to attack, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Specifically, and because it also is in range of the Zelnaga tower, you're also denying your opponent from getting that.
It. Yeah.
So it was.
Go on.
But yeah, as I was saying earlier, Oliveira was saying that the way he fixed his TVP was when he was given that advice by Maru of saying, yeah, just don't overthink it. Don't try to think about how you're going to get one up against your Protoss opponent. Don't think about how you're going to counter what they're going to throw your way. Just do your own thing and beat them.
Just do.
Just do, yeah.
There you go. Speaking of, Hero is going to be moving out with his
Good to
Stalkers
you.
now. Hero is not too committed with this. He's applying pressure, yes, and once again, we're rushing into the fast hive. We're working towards Hive Tech. Infestation bit is done. Solar, once again, looking to get into Lurkers. Now, what I will say here is that Hero, likewise, is macroing. Hero is working on a 4th base. Charge +2. Robo just finished up as well. I do think that this time Solar should get away with this.
Potentially. And we'll see. That all depends on Hero, right? That all depends on whether or not Hero decides to let Solar get away with this. Because he scouts the base. I don't believe he was able to get into the main with the Oracles. I'm not sure if he scouted the Hive yet, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think he's out of the
But
hive or the infestation bit yet either.
Yeah, but once he does, then I'm sure, like, once again, that flip is going to switch in his brain.
I'm sure it will, as once again here he's reinforcing from across the map. Looking to bust in. Roaches are going down, but we do have a bit of a stronger force, but the hatchery is going to be falling. We do trigger the shields, we do trigger the overcharge the stasis trap, but the hatchery does get picked up.
Like so. So already a pretty good start here for Hero. So going to be expanding elsewhere though, so not the biggest deal. It's a wall, not a wall. But we're going to get some reinforcing warpins regardless.
Yeah, the Oracles, they get back just in time as well. The Lings are fended up. And Hero, with this rotation, can now start to threaten this southern base as well. And yes, even though he's denying these 4 bases, he is not going for the kill. He's not punishing the 3rd. And the tech is done. We are indeed getting away with the Lurker tech.
I can't believe we're witnessing it.
It works.
I wasn't sure we were allowed to witness this. But we are. We're getting it.
Is this legal? It's not legal, Bobby. But again, we're on Alcyone, right? One of the more map-oriented maps in the map pool. You know, we see a lot of longer games just because of the defensive nature of these bases.
That makes sense. The way you were going with that, I thought you were going to go, we're in Alcyone, you know, there's a law.
What do you mean?
We're in the Mafia now.
That makes sense if we were in Crimson Court, right? Or maybe everywhere else but Crimson Court.
Oh.
Also an air attack.
Also an air attack coming down. You're also looking to get to a bit of a longer game.
Yeah, we're working towards that Sky Toss at the same time. Stella dropped towards the main or towards the 4th base. Threading the mineral line, but not achieving too much here as Solar has stabilized and has situated his 4th. 5th base on the way. Hero does slip in, and we're going for the Queen! Oh.
Not quite able to get that, but we will have confirmation at the very least of the Lurkers, the Hive. We have another little warp in to just try to disrupt the tempo here of Solar. The drones go down here and there, not massive damage, but enough to keep him on his toes.
And 3 workers go down. We force a cancel on these morphing in Lurkers. Not too bad, as Hero is able to apply pressure to the would-be 5th base. Lings will have a hard time trickling in, and Hero, once again, we should be forcing that cancel as the hatchery. Oh, don't let it finish!
Doesn't finish, will get cancelled right at the end here, so a bit of a delay, but not a kill, which is all that matters.
Exactly. As that Prism gets back into the main base, Zealous wreaking havoc. It looks like the Queen did go down. Drones are falling as well. The spawning pool is under fire.
Will it go down? No, it shouldn't. We'll survive. We'll be able to get adrenal glands later down the line, and we will be able to continue morphing in Zerglings. Meanwhile, it's been a long time since I saw this from Hero specifically, but carriers have arrived.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where Hero, he's been doing such a great job at punishing and rotating and keeping Solar busy. Even though we got into Lurkers, we've been having a hard time defending, and Hero has bought the time he needed to get into Sky Toss. How do you answer Lurkers with Carriers, with Tempest? And Solar's on a bit of a timer, and he doesn't know. Solar, he has not scouted the main.
And he has not, and honestly, who would ever expect Hero to go in a late game like this? As we have a little bit of...
Who is it? Who is it?
Latency.
Who is it?
It's not me.
It's not me. We saw Wardy lagging earlier. Oh, or maybe someone else.
Actually, so bad.
Game resumed.
It's actually so bad, but I pronounce it so bad. Anyway, Solo going for his max out push. He has Lurkers. He doesn't quite have his full suite of upgrades, but he has a maxed out army, and he can start to try applying pressure on Hero. Hero's got plenty of High Templar. Gonna be able to use these storms to zone this away for now. Still needs a little bit more time to get his mothership, to get his carriers.
Yeah, massive storms here on the Lurkers. Carriers are going to be revealed. High Templar, there are plenty of them, and we do get a storm on the Hydras as well. And with this Hero, he's holding the line. We can see Solar does at least get on top of the gold base. Gold is going to be denied, and Hero takes some spines to the face. He has to be very careful with how he does engage with the Lurkers. We still only have 3 carriers. We need an extra wave. We still are lacking that critical mass.
Yeah, we still need to max. Well, we actually maxed out right now, but we don't have all of our carriers just yet. We do have a good cloak on top of all these stalkers, so we'll be able to take out the majority of the Lurkers here.
A big chunk of Lurkers go down. They get trapped as well, and massive blink there from Hero, able to shut down. How many Lurkers was that? That was 12 Lurkers.
I had to double check. Yeah, I had to double check myself. Where I'm like, we're losing the majority of Lurkers? We are. That is not something that normally happens.
And what's terrifying, after the loss of all those Lurkers, the carriers. Now the reinforcing carriers have arrived. We're pushing on forward. We're gaining ground. Lurkers are falling one after the other. Without any Lurkers, the High Templar, they can go to town on this army. Massive storms, and Solar, he's falling back. He's crumbling.
And the yoink on the mothership was nice, but that's honestly the least of Solar's concerns right now. The storms do thin out the Hydras, and there are more than enough Archons, Immortals, and Carriers to clean up everything else. GG is called, and Hero will be able to get the full reverse sweep, taking that series 3-2 and becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Asia champion. Oh boy.
GG, well played. Congratulations here to Hero as he pulls off the reverse sweep. He calms down, and if you remember, in game 1 he went for Glaive Adepts as a follow-up. In game 2 he went for a 3-base all-in. Very aggressive builds in game 1 and game 2, a little bit more obvious builds as well. He got shut down in the process, but it was in game 3, 4, and 5 where he took a bit of a different approach, a bit of a more macro approach, some later timings instead,
if you will.
Yeah, and you could argue that he kind of baited Solar into exposing himself, right, into being a little bit too greedy and tech heavy, and punishing him there instead.
Yeah, without a doubt. That was a series. I'm thoroughly entertained by what I saw. Just, yeah, Hero coming right out the gate with those bold and brazen builds, just trying to push the limits and see what he can get away with against Solar. And once he got that out of his system, once he was staring defeat in the face, then mellowed out a little bit, then did things a little bit more by the book. Still had a little bit of that Hero flair coming down with those timings, with those pushes. But regardless, yeah, played a bit more standard and found a lot more success with it. GG. We even got to see late game coming out from Hero, which is not something we see from him too often.
Yeah, but it wasn't like, no rush 15, like max out late game. It was Hero still being very active, right? Like he was very aggressive with the Zealot drop into the main, with the Stalkers rotating between bases and denying hatcheries. Like Hero was doing the best he could to just keep Solar busy, keep him pinned back, to allow himself to get into carriers, which means that Solar missed his timing, right? Like ideally, the Zerg player player wants to push out with their Hydra Lurker and their Hydra Lurker Viper, before there are too many carriers, and they can be the aggressor, right? And they can push in, but which is what we saw from Raynor in Raynor Series Classic, if you remember, on Alkione, on this map. And yeah, it's something that Hero was able to avoid and Hero able to take control of.
Indeed, it was. Once again, just, I would say, proving the mantra once again. You don't need defense, just punch harder.
True.
You don't need to block, just punch harder.
Hero's your idol. He's your spirit animal. You were right earlier. You know, Hero, in this series, he was down 2-0. He stared at death in the face, and he punched it in the face.
What are you gonna do?
What are you gonna do? Stab me? I'll stab you. And he just punched him in the face. Death is like, you didn't even have a knife. What are you talking about? Why'd you say that? The Hero wins. There you go. Caught him off guard.
Yeah, he didn't have a knife, but he still stabbed him. Look at that, yeah.
Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations to Hero, an amazing event here. Again, I do recommend watching the VODs we had. I mean, every single series was down to the wire, and yeah, some really good matches, really good games.
Yeah. Really, absolutely. Really some of the slickest play I think we've seen from Raynor especially, which again, it's a little sad that we weren't able to get that Raynor versus Hero grand finals here. Solar had other plans there, but still a fantastic run from Raynor. So I absolutely recommend watching the VOD. Very, very close ZVP, very, very tight ZVT, and then a very, very close ZVZ in the end as well there.
Yeah, there's a world out there where maybe Raynor is up against Hero in those finals. That would have been amazing finals, but as you mentioned, ZVZ is Solar's speciality. It's where he can really thrive the most against any Zurich player in the world. So it was unfortunate that Raynor ran into Solar of all players. Give him anyone else, right? Give him Nightmare, give him Bjorn, give him maybe even a Hero, and Raynor would have maybe had a better chance, but yeah, Solar was the player to knock him down, despite a good run. And again, if you missed out on it, I do recommend those VODs, because Raynor was looking really impressive in the other matchups.
Yeah, without a doubt. And they will be available very, very soon. I mean, obviously, the VOD on our Twitch channel is going to be up pretty much immediately after this broadcast ends. But of course, we'll be on YouTube in the coming weeks as well. So stay tuned for that.
Yeah. Well, actually, technically, also immediately on YouTube under the live tab, because we co-stream.
Oh, true.
We're also on YouTube.
I forget that we do that. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Twitch is so ingrained in me. Yeah. It's weird using YouTube for anything other than ASMR nowadays and video essays.
There you go. There you go. There you go. So GG, well played.
Oh, yeah, we do stream on Twitch, on YouTube as well.
Yeah, if you want to follow us, you can follow us on YouTube, follow us on Twitch. Again, we stream on a daily basis. We're going to be back here tomorrow in 12 hours time with ESL Open Cup America. So if you want some Korean on European action, we usually get that in ESL Americas, but with typically a select amount of Europeans and Koreans. It's typically players like Clem and Max Packs who stay up, and players like Dark and sometimes Hero, sometimes Classic. The Koreans that wake up early in the morning.
Every now and then,
yeah.
Yeah. The Koreans who wake up early in the morning and the Koreans who just stay up the entire night.
Yeah.
Like Cure.
And Beyond.
And Beyond. And we know for a fact because they also play in ESL EU.
True.
And then they play in ESL NA. And then they go to bed.
True.
At like 1 p.m. if they make it all the way to the finals.
Regardless, with that, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support as well. Yaku, thank you for joining me. Thank you so much every time for ESL Asia. Hope you enjoyed yourself. And do you have anything you want to say before we head off for the night? Before we head off, head to bench.
Bring back LE intros. That's what I have to say.
Oh god. Shaking my head. Well, thanks everyone for watching again. We'll see you guys tomorrow for ESL Americas. Exclamation mark socials in the chat if you want to support us as well. I believe we have some other broadcasts going on. Let me just quickly double check. But yes, tomorrow we also have the catch-up stream of WTL of World Team League. We have Kung Fu Cup. We have KSL. We have WTL over the weekend. And we have the SE2 Safe House. our announcement here. SC2 Safe House is an NA tournament that's going to be going on over the weekend, this weekend, and we will be the B stream for day one.
Here we go. Yeah, getting everybody together, getting all of the NA boys together for a little bit of a whatchamacallit stream. Whatchamacallit, you know what I'm saying? It's like when we schedule it so that we're gonna be the B stream for day one, and then we'll pass off the torch.
Marathon
for day two. Marathon. There we go.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, we're gonna be helping cover the SC2 Safe House. It is an invitational tournament, and I believe Dolan is gonna be there, Vindicta Miguelito is gonna be there, Chem is gonna be there, Estrella, Epic as well, and many others. I think Eggs from Colombia. So yeah, there's gonna be plenty of NA and Latin American talent.
We have confirmation on that. Yeah.
There you go. So plenty of talent going on there, and we'll do our best to bring you as much coverage as possible. It's going to be an intense weekend because that event starts at 3 a.m. my time, 3 a.m. in the morning.
Yep.
And I was just about to get back to regular sleep schedule, but I guess now I can't.
Yep.
Oh no. We'll figure it out, Papi. We'll figure it out. So back to EU sleep schedule, back to full DGen. Well
yep.
Done.
You can't escape.
Can't escape.
You don't. Why would you want to, though? Yeah.
True.
Just embrace the DGen.
Exactly. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao, Bobby. Ciao.
Bella.